Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 2607. In fact, this was the supernatural power inherited by the Great Void Aeon Dragon. It was slightly different from rule power. Therefore, he couldn't understand it. Before the two different sword chis broke in time, Epic Sky Devil made the fastest response. First, he covered himself with his wings, forming an illusory shield above his wings. That was his use of time rules, a kind of time shield. Second, he threw the kitten out, right in front of the sword chis that broke in time. That was the most appropriate reaction. If it wasn't for the sword energies breaking the time pillar and making him feel unknown, he wouldn't have made such a big reaction. After all, he was the Demon Emperor, Epic Sky Demon. When Kitten blocked the terrifying attack, what choice would Longchen make? This short moment became the most frightening moment for all living beings. They could more or less see the changes clearly. No matter what, Longchen's appearance was their biggest surprise. It made them understand that they hadn't completely lost hope. But as for whether they could turn hope into reality, they didn't know. This was Longchen's strongest moment. "Boss, it's me." Kitten secretly cursed that Epic Sky Demon for being despicable. He actually used himself to block Longchen's attack. Of course, he still believed that Longchen would withdraw the attack. In Boss's eyes, I must be much more important than these damn Ling Su people. Kitten thought. Longchen definitely wouldn't give up on him. Although it seemed a bit risky to withdraw this rare attack, but what he couldn't believe was that although Longchen saw it clearly, he didn't give up at all. This happened in a flash. Kitten was stunned and cursed in his heart, "Aya, you bitch." Before he could curse out loud, two streaks of time-severing sword chi blasted his body. "Damn, I'm dead." Kitten cried to the sky. But what shocked him was that the sword energies actually passed through his body like an illusion. It was already heading towards Epic Sky Demon. That feeling was, like he was a balloon that was leaking air. He was sure that he wasn't dead or injured. But, the power that I've worked so hard to obtain. Kitten wanted to cry but had no tears. Now, his body seemed to be leaking air, and he couldn't move. In just 3 breaths of time, almost half of his remaining strength had dissipated. "Boss, what kind of dog strength is this? It couldn't even hurt a single hair of mine." Little Cat was puzzled, but he suddenly thought of something and looked behind him in shock. In fact, the Time-Breaker sword chi had already clashed head-on with the Era Heavenly Demon. 2 streaks of sword chi slashed at the time shield. Boom! The shield was easily disintegrated. Longchen instantly broke through the 2 layers of defense set up by the Era Heavenly Demon. At this time, Kitten had just been hit by the sword energy and was unable to move. Ji Yuan Skyfiend suffered the same attack, but the 2 sword energies did not pass through him. Instead, they stopped on Ji Yuan Skyfiend's body. It should be said that it was consumed. For a moment, the world seemed to stand still. Everyone stared at the sky in shock. It seemed as if nothing had happened to Longchen's astonishing sword strike. That was their first thought. Then, it was a subversion. Ji Yuan Skyfiend was in a state of complete stillness for 3 breaths of time. During these 3 breaths of time, his little strength dissipated at a terrifying speed. After 3 breaths of time, when he could move again, his illusory body was less than half of its original size, and his strength was less than half. One had to know that he himself was very lacking in strength. At that moment, he lost time. With only 3 breaths of time, he was like a dead man, unable to retain his strength, and it dissipated between heaven and earth. The amazing thing about this move was that it couldn't be defended at all. Once hit, at least half of one's strength would be instantly stripped. This was the case for both Genesis-level God Source Power and Sequence-level God Source Power. And now, strength was simply Ji Yuan Skyfiend's biggest weakness. If Longchen could defeat Ji Yuan Skyfiend, then this sword strike was an absolute reversal. It was precisely this sword strike that broke the time pillar and truly injured Ji Yuan Skyfiend. Not only physically, but also spiritually, it dealt a blow to Ji Yuan Skyfiend. This was the first time that this existence, who had the highest attainments in the time law and was invincible, encountered a world law that he couldn't understand. Everything he understood was based on the existence of time, but Long Chen had used the absence of time to temporarily turn him into a dead man. There were even complex applications like the sand of time and the heart of time. Obviously, Long Chen had secretly learned from him. It was the most unspeakable pain to have someone learn and surpass what one was best at. At this moment, Ji Yuan's Sky Fiend was in such a state. When he lost half of the strength he lacked the most, he didn't even have the level he had when he first came out of the crystal coffin. Long Chen threw Kitten into the divine kingdom and came before him with the time swords. Ji Yuan's Sky Fiend believed in fate even more, and at the same time, he believed in karma. You are the karma arranged by fate to give me retribution. In Ji Yuan's Sky Fiend's illusory body, his eyes were blood red, and even his voice was trembling. Buzz. In front of Long Chen, Ji Yuan's Sky Fiend had turned into Emperor Rain. From Soul Demon to now, I, Primeval Troll, disappeared from your hands one by one, and then blue smoke, purple sound. Me. Ji Yuan's Sky Fiend believed that this was fate's arrangement. At this moment, Long Chen was qualified to do so. Long Chen couldn't relax in the slightest. Ji Yuan's Sky Fiend was still dangerous and terrifying. He still didn't know how big of a blow his time rupture had dealt to this time overlord. Without saying a word, he once again brandished the two swords. He was originally very tired, but the sentient beings in the Spirit Essence Star Ocean once again gave him strength. Time rupture again. This time, Ji Yuan's Sky Fiend didn't even dodge. His strength instantly dissipated by more than half. At this moment, he was already in a weakened state. Long Chen had never thought that he would be so close to victory one day. He didn't dare to think about why Ji Yuan's Sky Fiend didn't attack or dodge. Because he was in the time prison, tens of millions of people had died. The responsibility he shouldered, all the anger in his heart, urged him not to show mercy, not to waste time. He had to seize the opportunity in the shortest time possible. Kill, kill, kill. Death Realm Dragon Gate. He decided to give Ji Yuan's Sky Fiend a fatal blow. He pinned all his hopes on this attack. He transformed into a primordial blood spirit dragon, the body of a divine dragon, and the sentient beings in the Spirit Essence Star Ocean were even more shocked and worshipped. At this moment, everyone knelt on the ground for him, watching his attack with their mouths wide open. The Death Realm Dragon Gate appeared in the sky above Ji Yuan's Sky Fiend. The gate opened wide, and Death Chi roiled. 10 supreme divine dragons descended from the sky, imprisoning Ji Yuan's Sky Fiend, who was at his weakest, and looked even weaker than Shui Blue Smoke. Go in. Long Chen's eyes were blood red as he used all his strength. The supreme divine dragons were going all out. The astonishing power of time, defeating me in an epic fashion at the last moment. You've made me lose confidence. Ji Yuan's Sky Fiend didn't resist. He looked at Long Chen with his blood-red eyes, a faint smile on his lips. Blue Smoke, Zine, and finally me. Although we dominated the myriad worlds tens of millions of years ago, a small character like you can't even compare to our weakest brother, I have to admit that you are destined to open up a new era. You will change the fate of the myriad worlds. Today, you finished us off. This is the beginning of your rise in the myriad worlds. I'm honored to be your stepping stone. At this moment, he should be flustered, exasperated, or howling in despair like Demon Wan Shui Blue Smoke, but he wasn't. His face was full of smiles, as if he was very satisfied. At this moment, he had arrived at the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Long Chen still didn't understand. Primeval Troll had always looked down on him, and Shui Blue Smoke didn't take him seriously either. Why did this Ji Yuan Sky Fiend think so highly of him and even said that he was honored to be his stepping stone? Moreover, ever since he was struck by the time fracture, he didn't resist at all. He just let Long Chen do whatever he wanted. What are you trying to say? Long Chen gritted his teeth. He still didn't believe that he could defeat Ji Yuan Sky Fiend. At this moment, Ji Yuan Sky Fiend had entered the death realm. Half of his body was already submerged. However, his smile became even more eerie. I'm saying, grow up well, and I'll come back for you. Our enmity will not fade until we meet again. Boom! The death realm dragon gate closed. Long Chen shut it tightly, worried that he wouldn't close it properly and let him slip out like shui blue smoke. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he was sure that the death realm dragon gate had disappeared. However, his heart was filled with doubts. How can he come back after entering the death realm? He's probably not willing to accept it and is trying to scare me. With his personality, that's how it should be. Long Chen warned himself. He was startled for a moment before he remembered that he had already sent Ji Yuan Sky Fiend into the death realm. He stared blankly at the two swords in his hands. It was like a dream. He couldn't be sure that this situation was actually reality. He had sent several primeval troll into the death realm, and then used the 5 extremes 10 realms demon sealing formation to kill dozens of primeval troll. Finally, he and Mo Xiaolang defeated Wu Wu Demon and War Demon. Now, Shui Blue Smoke was on the verge of death and had to flee, Demon Wa's soul was extinguished, and Ji Yuan Sky Fiend was sent into the death realm. These didn't seem like things that could be done by a person or a god, therefore, he reckoned that it would take a long time for him to accept this reality. Even he didn't dare to believe it, let alone anyone else. It was likely that everyone on the dragon sacrificial continent was reminiscing about him. They didn't expect such a situation to happen, and they couldn't believe it either. It wasn't until the entire Spirit Essence Star Ocean erupted in deafening cheers that Long Chen truly believed that he had actually killed Ji Yuan Sky Fiend. Oh my god. Oh my god. Long Chen found it hard to breathe. Although it was with the help of the Spirit Sword Plain Sword, and it was the living beings that gave him the capital to use the Spirit Sword Plain Sword, it was inseparable from his own strength. He had done it. At this moment, he was destined to be the dragon blood god of war who shone upon the world. Chapter 2608. No one knew how long those hoarse cheers lasted. Long Chen had no choice but to let go of the Spirit Sword and the Plain Sword. In the previous battle, he had the support of the wishes of so many living beings, and that was why he had been able to use these 2 destination level and above creation divine weapons until now. But now that the battle had ended, even if his power was still surging, his heart was already exhausted. Ling Su's twin swords floated around him. 2 9-colored butterflies came out from within and stared at each other. Ling Shi's little butterfly was still in a daze and didn't know what was happening. However, it had already become the heroic spirit of Ling Shi's sword. This victory was truly unbelievable and frightening. Even now, there were still many people who couldn't believe it. Big brother. At this moment, Long Chen heard Mo Xiaolang's voice. He looked back and saw him and Soi Yan coming from the starry sky. Mo Xiaolang held Soyan's hand tightly as if he was afraid of losing her again. Finally, they were reunited. Fuck, doesn't that mean I'm all alone now? Kitten was stunned in the Divine Kingdom. They still had relatively heavy injuries. Long Chen swept up 2 flames of life and burned them. Although they couldn't be healed instantly, the purpose of the flame of life was to nurture them. He believed that it wouldn't be long before they would be able to recover to their perfect state. Especially Soi Yan. Long Chen could see that her body had been modified by Demon Wa and she had become a primeval troll Demon Wa. But there was something slightly different. He heard from Mo Xiaolang that he had devoured a stone tablet. He also saw a stone tablet in the body of the soul control demon. Obviously, this stone tablet was the deepest secret of the primeval troll. Soi Yan didn't have a stone tablet now. Her body was completely under her control. This meant that she would have everything of Demon Wa, which was given to her by Demon Wa. Of course, as long as she moved forward carefully, she might be able to recover to the peak state of Demon King in the future without devouring. Long Chen was genuinely happy for Soi Yan. In this way, Mo Xiaolang would not need to worry too much about her in the future. This wasn't luck, it was obtained through hard work. No one knew how much she'd suffered and how much she'd struggled in her heart during this period of time when she was controlled by Devil Hua. Therefore, all of this was what she deserved. Long Chen could not help but smile at them. Now, the bitterness was over and the sweetness was beginning. It seemed like everything had ended and they could return to their hometown, the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. The people over there probably thought that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had also become primeval troll. However, there were still some unresolved matters on Ling Su planet. Big brother Long Chen. Soyan's eyes were filled with tears. She'd always treated Long Chen as her own brother. It's fine, it's over. From now on, we'll always be together. We won't let anyone bully any of us. Long Chen was also very apologetic towards her. He was the one who'd brought this girl to the Eternal God domain. Fortunately, everything was going well for them now. Amen. Soi Yan nodded heavily. She and Mo Xiaolang had seen Long Chen defeat Era Demon Hua on the battlefield with their own eyes. It was an incredible thing. Of course, the battle between them and Devil Hua was also very exciting. Under the situation where Su Yan was being suppressed, she revealed her rare wisdom, which was the key to victory. Demon Hua had underestimated Soi Yan too much. Otherwise, she wouldn't have died. We still have to think of a way to go back. After all, Era Demon Hua has entered the death reign, and the epical godship is gone, Lingxi said from within the god nation. Long Chen had everyone come out of the god nation. It was a rare reunion for the 5 of them. Back when they'd gone to the eternal god domain, there had been 5 of them. Now, there were 5 of them again. What was rare was that the 5 of them had come out unscathed despite going through all sorts of hardships. They'd even climbed to the peak and become gods and devils. Such experiences were amazing. Celestial Empress Ling Su. However, when Ling Shi appeared, the 15 deities, who had just recovered a little and were heading over to Long Chen's side, were stunned. They stared at Ling Xi, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Su Jian's fortune heroic spirit was also seeing Ling Xi for the first time. He shook his head and said, "It's not Celestial Empress Ling Su. It's just that her looks and temperament are similar. Very similar, but she's young and small. They're very similar. But all the power that Long Chen has that's related to Celestial Empress Ling Su comes from her. They share the same power." Su Jian had already suspected that Long Chen didn't look like someone who could possess the power of Ling Su. So how did he suddenly have it? Sure enough, he had a backer behind him. The 15 god spirits recovered from their shock and came before the 5 of them. With the sage in the lead, they bowed deeply and said, "5 of you, on behalf of all life in the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, we thank you deeply for helping us through such a calamity and saving all life. Words cannot express our gratitude. If you have any requests or needs, please let us know." Long Chen shook his head and said, "Everyone, everything I've done is not just for the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, but also for my world. At the same time, the primeval troll came to this world because of me and caused a certain amount of damage to the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. I should be the one apologizing. But I don't think you'll care about this. From now on, I hope that we can become friends and advance and retreat together." The sage smiled awkwardly and said, "No problem at all. You 2 young geniuses will have limitless achievements in the future. We can't wait to curry favor with you." "It's 3 young geniuses," Kitten added. Yes, it's 3. Everyone laughed. The serious atmosphere finally relaxed. Su Jian spoke at this time. He had been observing Ling Xi and said, "Strange, you have Celestial Empress Ling Su's bloodline. It's very rich, but it's divided into 2 parts and hasn't fused yet. Logically speaking, you should be the one who obtains Celestial Empress Ling Su's inheritance." Celestial Empress Ling Su left the Spirit Essence Star Ocean with the spiritual sword. Did she go to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent? Then what? These things had to be settled. Long Chen explained, "In the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, there's a spirit clan with a total of about 2 billion people. They're from the spirit essence star ocean. Then, he told them about the two god spirits, He Lingxi, and briefly explained how Lingxi obtained He Lingxi's inheritance. Spirit Elder? That's not a god of our spirit essence star ocean. We only had one celestial empress Ling Su. The sage muttered. Everyone was puzzled. It's very simple. That celestial empress Ling Su was divided into two. Then, something happened and she disappeared. She left the spirit clan in the dragon sacrificial continent. Kitten said. What he said was exactly what everyone guessed. Long Chen said, perhaps that's the case. As for how we obtained the spiritual sword, we'll have to start from the time when I met Lingxi. Of course, he didn't go into details and only briefly explained. Your sword spirit Emperor Palace's Ling Su might be related to Celestial Empress Ling Su. This young lady must be the successor personally chosen by Celestial Empress Ling Su. She hasn't obtained all the things left behind by the real Celestial Empress Ling Su. Celestial Empress Ling Su left behind the Essence Sea, on the Spirit Essence Star. Everything in it was prepared for the future generations of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. However, he had even more inheritance. If he disappeared from the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, then he must still be there. I have to go to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent to find everything he left behind. Su Jian suddenly said. The Spirit Essence gods were stunned. The sage said, Lady Su Jian, aren't you going to stay in the Spirit Essence Star Ocean to protect us? Su Jian said, don't worry. No one should know that I came out this time. After all, the Spirit Essence Star Ocean is a remote area. Besides, I no longer have the power of a primordial chaos. Moreover, the spiritual sword is heavily injured. I must go there to find the reason. Nothing had happened in the Spirit Essence Star Ocean for thousands of years. The calamity of the primordial demons was rare. Generally speaking, nothing would happen. Long Chen originally thought that after the battle, Su Jian would stay here. He didn't expect that it would follow him. The advantage was that he could use more of his combat power. The disadvantage was that without the support of the wishes of all living beings in the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, he could only use both swords once or twice at most. He definitely wouldn't be as strong as he was when he defeated the epic heavenly demon. Of course, if he became a deity and obtained the boundless divine technique, it would be much better. In that case, the Spirit Essence gods could only agree. But Long Chen knew that the most important thing was not resolved. In fact, this was the key. So he asked with some trepidation, everyone, we don't have a Fortune Divine artifact for interstellar travel. Is there any such Fortune Divine artifact in the Spirit Essence Star Ocean? Can you lend us one? Relying on one's physical body to travel in the endless starry sky would exhaust oneself to death. There was a small type of Fortune Divine artifact, which was the epic god worship. It was specialized for interstellar travel. It was fast and had a stable structure. It also contained the power of laws and could travel in the starry sky. Although the epic god worship had deteriorated to the extreme, it was still very fast. Hearing this question, the Spirit Essence gods looked at each other. Soon, they came to a decision. The sage said, to tell you the truth, our Spirit Essence Star Ocean does have a sealed Fortune Divine artifact that can allow you to return to the Dragon Sacrificial Great World. As for lending it, I don't think it's necessary. It's not something too precious. I'll just give it to you. Long Chen was very surprised. Finally, the problem of returning was solved. About 15 minutes later, the Fortune Divine artifact appeared in front of Long Chen. This was a primitive grade Fortune Divine artifact, grade 3. It was the same grade as Mo Xiaolang's Flame God Gourd. However, it was not used for combat, but for interstellar travel. The third grade usually required the power of a divine lord to activate. Long Chen could be considered to have barely reached this level. This Fortune Divine artifact is called the Wind Moon Divine Worship. It was left behind by deity Empress Ling Su. We haven't used it for tens of millions of years, and probably won't use it in the future. Chapter 2609. This wind-moon divine worship was much more gorgeous than the Era demon's epic divine worship. It was surrounded by colorful clouds and looked like a dream, floating in the air like a celestial palace. It was covered with beautiful patterns and unique formations of the spirit race. It was gorgeous and noble, worthy of the name wind-moon divine ship. The interior of the palace was like a palace, complete with all the necessities of life, making it so that one would be reluctant to leave. Embedded in it was a purple gem, also a dream-level chaos treasure. The people of the spirit essence star ocean pursued visual beauty, and the wind-moon divine worship was part of their pursuit. The creation spirit of the wind-moon divine worship was a snow-white bird, very active. She had probably been lonely for too long, and finally someone was willing to take her away. She was very happy. This snow-white bird's name was Moon Breeze. Moon Breeze liked the aura of Lingxi god Emperor Ling Su, and was willing to let Lingxi be her master. But Lingxi had not become a god yet, so she could not refine this creation artifact. In the end, it was still Long Chen. Moon Breeze would not refuse, because she knew that Long Chen had defeated the Era demon. With the two butterflies of the spirit sword plain sword, Moon Breeze, and the red-skinned child in the flame god gourd, their group suddenly became lively. It had been a long time since they had such a reunion. It was time to say goodbye. Long Chen could not wait to go back. He wanted to let the people of the dragon sacrificial continent know that they did not die, nor did they become primeval troll, and that they had defeated the primeval troll. He wanted the dragon emperors to know, he wanted Yang Yu to know. Now that they were too far away, Long Chen couldn't tell them through their communication. So he was in a hurry to go back, because he did not want Yang Yu and the others to worry for a moment. When they parted, the entire spirit essence star ocean sent them off. It was a great thing to have so many people send him off. If you find any news of God Emperor Ling Su, I hope you can inform us. In addition, our spirit essence star ocean welcomes you at any time. No problem. After bidding farewell to the sage and the rest, Long Chen and the rest entered the wind-moon divine worship. After which, they shut off the wind-moon divine worship and headed towards the boundless starry sky. Behind them, the cheers of the spirit essence star sea didn't die down for a long time. On the wind-moon divine worship, everyone gathered together. It had been a long time since they had such a conversation. Sister Lingxi, your stomach. Soi Yan was shocked. She hadn't seen Lingxi for many years. She didn't expect that Lingxi was pregnant. Moreover, it shouldn't be long before the child was born. Haha. That's right. These two fellas are going to be parents soon. Just the thought of it is hilarious. Hurry up and keep them for yours truly to teach them a lesson so that they can be good people. Kitten said in a serious tone. If I let you teach them, they will definitely not be decent. If it was a girl, I should be the one to teach them. After blending into this big family, Soi Yan seemed to have forgotten the pain she had suffered under the control of Devilwa. Seeing her smile and Mo Xiaolang's face filled with happiness and satisfaction, Long Chen felt extremely gratified. He was the oldest in this group and their elder brother. His responsibility was to ensure that everyone could reap happiness and happiness. Now that everything was over, his heart was naturally relaxed. As for the path ahead, Long Chen didn't think much about it. The battle for more than a year had made him extremely tense. Now that it had ended, it was like a dream. He couldn't imagine where the future would go. There were still many mysteries in the dragon sacrificial dragon continent. Deity Ocean, Black Jade Dragon Head, Ancestral Dragon Cave, and the mystery of God Emperor Ling Su. Most importantly, the cause of Long Qinglan's death. These still required Long Chen to find out. In the wind-moon divine worship, everyone was cheering and laughing. This moment had become the most beautiful eternity in Long Chen's heart. In the future, if everything is fine in the dragon sacrificial dragon continent and we recover to our best state, I will use this wind-moon divine worship to bring everyone to travel around. We will see how huge this world is and what kind of interesting life forms are living in other worlds. Long Chen smiled. This is really too fucking awesome. Boss, I love you to death. You kicked Lingxi away, I will marry you. Kitten said flatteringly. Everyone burst into laughter again. It was so easy and pleasant that it was like a dream. In the corner, the big butterfly of Su Jian revolved around the small butterfly of spiritual sword like a big brother, helping the small butterfly to awaken its memories. Above his head, Moon Breeze fluttered and chirped like a very ordinary little bird. By the way, big brother Longchen, have you given the baby a name? Soi Eon was most concerned about their child. Basically, her eyes were staring at Lingxi from the beginning to the end, blinking. Although she wasn't that old, she was full of curiosity about new life like any other girl. I don't think so. This young master will give you a name. Let's call it something like Dragon Piss. Haha. Kitten wasn't being serious again. Long Chen had never thought of a name. But there was no hurry. Who knew when this fellow would be born? Kitten, didn't you take away a lot of things when you went to S&C? Long Chen suddenly remembered. Kitten paused and was speechless. I collected a lot of origin cores and used up most of them. The rest were chaos treasures and primordial immortal essences below grade 3. They should be of some use. As for the bulls, I couldn't take them away. Plus, I was in a hurry to let you out, so I didn't get anything good. Long Chen nodded. This is what God Emperor Ling Su left for Spirit Essence Star C. We can't touch it either. Long Chen estimated that the Wind Moon Divine Warship speed was less than half of the damaged Epic Divine Warship. In other words, if they didn't encounter a great calamity, they would need 2 years to return to Dragon Sacrificial Continent. There was no point in being anxious. After several battles, Mo Xiaolang and Soi Eon still needed a good rest. Although Long Chen's body was fine, his spirit needed to rest. After some time, everyone fell into meditation, which was easier to kill time. Inside the Wind Moon Divine Warship, it finally quieted down. Previously, Mo Xiaolang had only cultivated half of the 99 Burning Heaven's secret technique. If he continued now, he believed that he would be able to transform his demonic origin energy into the true 99 Burning Heaven origin energy of the 99 Burning Heaven origin energy before arriving at the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. That would be quite terrifying. At the very least, it would be much more tyrannical than Long Chen's most primitive divine origin energy. In terms of quantity, Long Chen far surpassed him, but in terms of strength, he was much weaker. As for Long Chen, he was working hard to reach the God realm. Now, he only needed to cross the great calamity of gods and demons to become a god. That would be the last calamity of his entire life. Perhaps it might also be the most terrifying calamity. He was not a true god yet. When he reached the god realm, there would definitely be greater changes. After all, he was an ancestral dragon martial artist. It seems that becoming a god means reaching the true dragon realm. At that time, I can go to the Origin Dragon Palace. I need to figure out the Origin Dragon Soul. Long Chen was also looking forward to it. Now, he was already in the most peaceful environment. As long as he was given time, he would be able to grow. Although there was no longer any threat, he still had a goal. This goal was naturally to become a divine king or divine emperor and grow to the peak of the myriad worlds. I hope that Dragon Sacrificial Continent can live in peace for 100 years. His only worry was that within 100 years, the Dragon Sacrificial Continent would perish. To this day, it still deeply troubled him. Moreover, as he approached Dragon Sacrificial Continent, this sense of crisis grew stronger. 1 year passed, 2 years passed. They had encountered several great calamities of the starry sky, but they had all survived without any mishaps and did not deviate from their path. 2 years had also allowed them to recover to their peak state. Mo Xiaolang was now close to the Demon Lord realm, and Soi Eon had Demon Was body. As she gradually familiarized herself with it, she could also use a certain amount of laws. In terms of combat strength, although she was not very proficient in controlling her body, the black hole laws had great destructive power. If used well, it would also be a great destructive power for their team. This was the biggest gain of their team. As for Long Chen himself, he was already infinitely close to the great tribulation of gods and demons. It was just that he did not know when the great tribulation of gods and demons would descend. It was dangerous, but it was also a fortuitous encounter. If he could survive it, he would probably be much stronger. Long Chen also wanted to experience the feeling of truly becoming a god. He was looking forward to it. In the blink of an eye, they seemed to be approaching Dragon Sacrificial Continent. In the last month or so, everyone was no longer in the mood to cultivate. All day long, they looked at the approaching Dragon Sacrificial Continent with excitement. They had finally returned home. This divine dragon is really mighty. Soi Eon pointed at the shape of Dragon Sacrificial Continent and said, "Could it be that this is a dragon?" Hearing their discussion, Long Chen actually had the same thought. Obviously, Dragon Sacrificial Continent still had many secrets that they were not familiar with. It was probably about time. Long Chen found Yang Yu among the 10 billion divine nations. At this distance, he should be able to contact her. "Aunt Yu. I'm back." He sent out such a message. Chen, Sure enough, the other party's incomparably excited voice came over. Although it was just a cry of surprise, from this cry, Long Chen could hear the deep worry and love in her voice. This made his eyes tear up uncontrollably. Yes, he was back safe and sound. He knew how significant this news was to a mother. Although he was still used to calling her Aunt Yu. "I'm back safe and sound," he said quietly. Everyone also quieted down. Looking at Long Chen, they no longer made a racket. Safe and sound. That's good. But, what about the Era Demon? Perhaps, she still could not believe it. After all, the Era Demon was too scary. Long Chen said, "It's a long story, but in short, we killed them. Everyone is safe now, and we're on our way back. I estimate that we can return to the Dragon God domain in about a month." Good. That's good. Although he could not see her, he knew that she was crying tears of joy. Finally letting her know that he was still alive, Long Chen heaved a deep sigh of relief. Chapter 26:10. Long Chen was stunned. What changes could happen to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent in 3 months? The biggest threat, the ancient demons, had already been eliminated by him. What other dangers could there be? He was completely confused by Yang Yu's sudden words. He hurriedly asked, "Aunt Yu, what do you mean?" Yang Yu's voice was very low, and she carefully said word by word, "1 year after you left, the former gods of this world, the demon race divine beasts, the human race divine spirits, the sea god, the sorcerer god, have all returned. They used 2 years to build a new world, a completely different Dragon Sacrificial Continent. You'll understand when you return." What? Long Chen was extremely shocked. The gods had returned. The human race, 72 ancient gods, 108 demon race divine beasts, the gods that existed in ancient times, after disappearing for millions of years, had actually returned to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. First of all, there was a big problem. How could such a fragile Dragon Sacrificial Continent withstand the arrival of so many gods? Also, why did they leave, and why did they return? Countless questions and shock instantly appeared in his mind. To be honest, in these 2 years, Long Chen had completely relaxed. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. He thought that after returning to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, he would still be the ruler and could live in peace. Now that so many gods had appeared, it would inevitably bring about trouble. Although he didn't know what the situation was now, it shouldn't be as free as before. Were the gods evil or good? Don't worry, it should be fine. Their return has brought great changes to the Draconic Sacrificial Continent, and they are all good changes. The gods have not killed a single person. It's just that the power structure of the Dragon God domain has undergone some changes. Right now, the 5 great dragon cities basically have no authority. It's very complicated, and we can only wait for you to come back to understand everything. Remember, don't ever come into conflict with the gods. Okay. Long Chen nodded. He needed to calm down so that he could clear his head. He had seen the Ling Su gods, and there didn't seem to be any big problems. Maybe they really left for some reason and have returned to the dragon sacrificial continent to rebuild their home. This is a good thing. From now on, the dragon sacrificial continent will become stronger. Long Chen told himself. The only thing he was confused about was the return of the gods. What were the god corpses in the deity sea? Senior, do you know where the gods went after that? Long Chen couldn't help but ask. The old dragon shook his head and said, I was used to seal the demons too early, so I don't know what happened in the primordial era. It seemed like he would have to return to find out more about the situation. Long Chen told Mo Xiaolang and the others about the result of his conversation with Yang Yu. Everyone was extremely shocked, and even dumbfounded. Long Chen said, first of all, we have to make some adjustments. The first time we meet them, we will definitely be treated with hostility or suspicion. First of all, Yen Air's body has been refined into a devil Hua. In order to avoid any accidents, we have to hide Yen Air. Yen Air, you stay in the Divine Kingdom to accompany Lingxi. I will face them with Xiao Lang. All right. Everyone became serious, knowing that this matter couldn't be taken lightly. They didn't expect that they would encounter such a thing when they thought they could easily return. Although this should be a great thing, it was still unknown, so they couldn't act recklessly. Long Chen continued, we still have to be careful. They should know about the battle between me and Xiao Lang and the primeval troll, and the deal with the Era Heavenly Demon. If they are the enemies of the primeval troll, then we shouldn't be their opponents, so we don't have to worry too much. Long Chen felt strange. If they knew about the battle between them and the primeval troll, why didn't the gods go to the spirit-devouring star sea and let the Era Heavenly Demon devour the spirit-devouring star sea? Long Chen, according to our understanding, among the 72 gods of the human race, more than 60 have returned. It seems that the 6 gods in the central region, as well as the 8 gods in the northern Dark Divine City and the eastern Divine City of Ziwei have not returned. The strongest of all the gods that have returned should be the god of the Hell Divine City in the west and the god of the Light Divine City in the south. As for their strength, we don't know, but they are definitely several times stronger than the weak Era Heavenly Demon. This was the message that Violent Dragon Emperor sent to Long Chen. It seemed that Yang Yu had told them about Long Chen's return. Well, I understand. Long Chen nodded. He pondered and said, the 6 gods in the central region, including Divine Emperor Jun, as well as the 8 gods from the Dark Divine City and the Ziwei Divine City, have not appeared yet. They should all be god kings and above. The gods from the Hell Divine City and the Light Divine City should be god kings. In other words, it is very likely that 2 god kings have returned, as well as many divine monarchs and gods. Of course, this was Long Chen's guess. It was very likely that the gods from the Hell Divine City and the Light Divine City were at the peak of Wu and War Demon. That would be terrifying. Although the strongest had not returned, if there was a true god king at the god realm of Taisher, Long Chen could only look up to them. He could defeat War Demon because War Demon did not even have 1,000th of its power. Even among the divine monarchs, without the 2 trillion will power of the spirit's essence star sea, he could only deal with divine monarchs at the level of sages. As for perfect realm divine monarchs and ultimate realm divine monarchs, as long as they were at their peak, they were also quite terrifying. Therefore, Long Chen, you have to remember one thing. After you return, treat yourself as a junior of the primeval legion of gods. If you interact with them in such a way, they'll definitely treat you as an outstanding junior. Back then, they asked me about you, and I'm sure they were quite interested in you. They don't have any ill intentions. Remember, don't stand against them. Be obedient, understand? This was Violent Dragon Emperor's warning to Long Chen. This made Long Chen suddenly see the light. Violent Dragon Emperor was right. They were seniors. There was no need to oppose them. Instead, interact with them as a descendant and blend in with them. This was the right way. I understand. Now, he really wanted to know what the human gods were like thousands of years ago. To blend in with them, not to oppose them. Jun hadn't appeared yet. The reason why they didn't chase to the spirit's essence star C was because they were worried that they weren't a match for the Era heavenly demon. This was the only explanation Long Chen could give. The Wind Moon divine worship continued in the direction of the dragon sacrificial continent. That continent gradually enlarged in front of everyone's eyes. On the continent, less than 1% of the dragon sacrificial continent floated. That was the eternal god domain. The gods were probably all there. When they were about 10 days away from the draconic sacrificial continent, Long Chen finally felt the difference in the draconic sacrificial continent. He was dumbfounded. Although the continent's shape was still the same, this was simply not the world he once knew. How is this possible? Mo Xiaolang's eyes flickered. He was also in a state of deep shock. Now, only the two of them were left on the Wind Moon divine worship. The others had entered the divine nation. The dragon sacrificial continent in front of him gave Long Chen a very stable feeling. Its vitality was quite vigorous and majestic. It was completely different from the previous dilapidated world. The stability of that world even surpassed that of the Spirit Essence Star C. Originally, the Spirit Essence Star C far surpassed the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. This meant that Long Chen could even descend on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent now. In the past, even if a Samsara realm martial artist came to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, it would probably cause the Dragon Sacrificial Continent to collapse. Even the peripheral worlds, such as Long Chen's hometown, had become incomparably stable. The degree of stability was probably enough to support the gods fighting on it. This kind of change could only be described as earth-shattering. It was as if a dead world had suddenly come back to life. The miscellaneous spiritual energy of the entire dragon sacrificial continent had also undergone a huge change. An aura that was pure and rich, even purer than the spiritual energy of the Spirit Essence Star C, enveloped the dragon sacrificial continent. This aura filled the heaven and earth. It was hard to imagine what realm the people of Biyao town would reach if they lived in such spiritual energy. This was the upgrade of the entire world. It forcibly pulled the dragon sacrificial continent above the Spirit Essence Star C. The change in the world's level would inevitably lead to changes in the cultivator's power and resources. Long Chen completely believed that with such spiritual energy, even primal chaos treasures could grow on the dragon sacrificial continent. If he hadn't told Yang Yu that the gods had come, and instead suddenly saw this world, Long Chen probably wouldn't have believed that this was actually the dragon sacrificial continent. This is too magical. Everyone sighed. Long Chen seemed to have seen the cause of this change. In the sky above the center of the eternal god domain, there was a dot of light. That dot of light poured down countless spiritual energy and meridians, transforming the entire world. He really didn't know what that dot of light was. He could only see it after returning to the eternal god domain. Get ready, let's go back. The Wind Moon divine worship accelerated. As they approached the eternal god domain day by day, the closer they got, the clearer Long Chen could see that dot of light. It seemed to be a stone. If one were to look up from the eternal god domain, it would look like a sun. A bright stone that changed the entire world. Under the protection of the stone, the dragon sacrificial world underwent a complete transformation and was reborn. The stone's brilliance covered every corner of the world. Many of the crumbling peripheral worlds became extremely stable, and the dense spiritual qi of the entire world also came from the stone. When Long Chen approached the eternal god domain, he withdrew the Wind Moon divine worship and prepared to land. The bright stone was now above his head, no different from the sun. At this time, in the sky above the eternal god domain, several godly auras rushed over. Their target was Long Chen and the others. Who dares to barge into my dragon sacrificial world? Whoosh. A total of 5 gods appeared in front of Long Chen. Today, I'm going to attend the press conference for the Dragon Blood War God game. I've been staying up all night to write the script. Recently, I've been learning to drive, taking exams, and attending classes. I've been busier and busier, and I often sleep less than 6 hours. I hope everyone can understand. 750 days, 8 million words. It's very likely that there won't be a single author in the world who can produce as much as me. Perhaps there will be people who are dissatisfied and deliberately defame me. But I understand that life cannot avoid villains. As long as I have a clear conscience, there will naturally be people who will recognize me and understand me. In life, it's enough to fight for these people. I don't seek to satisfy everyone, only those who love me. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the readers who support Madman. All my efforts and perseverance are in order to repay everyone. Chapter 26:11. Long Chen had already put away the Wind Moon divine worship and let Lingxi, Soi Yan, Kitten, and the others hide in the divine kingdom. Although the situation they encountered on their way back was far from what they had expected, they had already accepted the drastic changes in their hearts. At least the sacrificial dragon world had become more stable and powerful under the radiance of the stone. The myriad worlds were roughly divided into 5 grades. If the spirit essence star C belonged to the 4th grade, then the stability of the sacrificial dragon world was roughly equivalent to the 3rd grade, which was the medium level. Among the myriad worlds, the medium-level worlds were the most numerous. Fragile worlds like the sacrificial dragon continent were not easy to find. Whether it was the stability of the world level or the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they had all reached the level of a medium world. Of course, these 5 gods were aggressive towards them. Long Chen glanced at them. They should be human gods. The 5 gods in front of him were clad in thick and luxurious golden divine armors and wielded battle halberds in their hands. Golden light shone brightly, and the aura of righteousness pressed down. Whether it was the golden divine armors or the golden halberds that were similar to the halberds of supreme divine emperors, they were all fortune divine weapons. However, they were fantasy grade, 1st grade. Among the 5 gods in front of him, 4 of them should be at the initial stage of the Tai Chi divine realm, while the leader was at the perfect stage of the Tai Chi divine realm. Those 4 initial stage gods did not look like gods with a lifespan of tens of millions of years. Instead, they looked like the new generation that had just become gods. They should be relatively young. They actually use a unified fortune divine weapon. They shouldn't be one of the 72 gods of the human race, right? Long Chen guessed. After all, among the 72 gods, the laws they cultivated were basically different, and their statues were also very different. But the ones in front of him even looked similar. Especially the one in the middle who was at the perfect stage of the Tai Chi divine realm. He was slightly older and had a pitch-black beard under his golden helmet. At this moment, his almost golden eyes stared coldly at Long Chen and said angrily, "I'm asking you a question. Who are you? How dare you break into my sacrificial dragon world? And who are you?" Long Chen asked in return. We are the divine soldiers and generals of the sacrificial dragon world. This one is a divine general under the mighty miracle god, and we are divine soldiers under the mighty miracle god. One of the golden gods said arrogantly. As expected, not only were the 72 primordial gods returning, but there were also these divine soldiers and divine generals. What was even more frightening was that even these divine soldiers and divine generals were actually at the divine soul realm. There were probably more than 60 gods in the dragon god domain right now. If each god had 4 or 5 divine soldiers and divine generals, then there would be at least 200 gods in total. Although Long Chen was already somewhat numb to it, the number still shocked him. One had to know that there were only 18 deities in the entire spirit essence star ocean. Now, there were only 15 left, and the number of 200 was only for the dragon god domain. Perhaps it was because he had just ascended to godhood, the primordial realm of the Taiji god realm, and he was already a divine weapon. One could become a divine general at the consummate level of the primal chaos divine realm. At this moment, the god general shouted at the divine weapon to stop him from speaking. He then raised the golden halberd in his hand and said to Long Chen, "I'll say it one more time. Report your identity and purpose. Otherwise, we'll take action." "I remember you, but you don't remember me?" Long Chen suddenly said. The divine general was stunned. His eyes widened as he looked at Long Chen. Suddenly, his expression turned sluggish as he said in disbelief, "How could it be you?" "That's right, this god general was the one Long Chen killed in the battlefield of the gods, the Divine Bone Palace." Of course, that was not his true god. At that time, Long Chen already knew that he was a godly general, but he didn't expect his true god to be a real godly spirit, and one at the consummate level at that. Fortunately, Long Chen had surpassed him, or he would definitely be killed. What a close shave. The god general was shocked because he knew how strong Long Chen was back then. Compared to now, the difference was like heaven and earth. The current Long Chen's performance was rather strange. He had the power of a deity, but he did not have the body of a deity. The god general could not understand him. "So it's you. I already said that I would personally teach you a lesson. Now that you have unfortunately met me, you can only blame your bad luck." The god general sneered. Although the other 4 divine armaments did not know the truth, the god general was prepared to take action. They also made their preparations. Although they were primordial deities, they had already cultivated in the infinite divine technique. Even if it was at the first grade illusion stage, they were still able to suppress Long Chen in terms of the nature of their powers. "I'll personally take action and play with this little guy." The god general sneered and loosened his muscles. He put away the halberd, leaving only the divine armor on. Then, he closed in on Long Chen. His eyes were like blazing suns, burning with golden flames. "Be good and don't move." The god general could not help but laugh heartily. He had been terribly aggrieved after being tricked by Long Chen previously. Now, the opportunity had finally come. A powerful golden beam of light instantly arrived with surging divine power. If it were in the past, such a perfected great ultimate divine realm deity would have been able to destroy the entire fragile dragon sacrificial continent. But now, with the rock guarding, his battle did not cause too much of a stir. The divine power condensed into 2 gigantic palms that pressed down like golden mountains. Mighty Spirit Force. The mighty Spirit Lord was the god of strength and was born with boundless divine power. This god general seemed to have inherited the mighty Spirit Lord's rule and had a power that was close to the ultimate realm of great ultimate divine realm. That was precisely the realm that Mo Xiaolang was at. However, Long Chen was the person who had defeated the era heavenly devil. He smiled faintly. This god general before him was no longer a match for him, so he did not have much interest. He flicked his hand, and a miniature time ruptured the rule of time. A tiny ray of light instantly penetrated through the god general's attack and pierced into his body. In that instant, the god general's power disappeared. For at least 3 breaths of time, he did not move at all. After 3 breaths of time, his attack collapsed, and more than half of his divine power was consumed. He was so tired that he almost collapsed onto the ground. This sudden change caused the god general's face to turn pale. He staggered for a moment and stared at Long Chen. He said in disbelief, Who is helping you? What kind of terrifying rule is this? Who do you think it is?" Long Chen smiled. To be honest, it was fortunate that he had become stronger. Otherwise, if he had encountered this god general when he was not a match for him, he would definitely have lost his life. "Go to hell." The god general was not frightened. His golden divine power condensed on his fist, and his godly body expanded. In an instant, he was hundreds of meters tall. He punched at Long Chen, and the terrifying power pressed down on Long Chen. The divine weapons also surrounded him, holding the destinable divine weapons in their hands, and were ready. But what they saw was that Long Chen did not say anything and also punched out. The incomparably small Long Chen could not be compared to the god general in terms of size and power. Boom. Fists of different sizes collided. They thought that Long Chen would be crushed by the God General, but they did not expect to see the God General's arm shatter and disappear from the world. It was actually shattered. The difference in strength between the two was now clear. The God General's face was as pale as paper, and his body returned to normal. He retreated dozens of steps, trembling as he looked at Long Chen. There were no words to describe the shock in his heart. This scene also made the other divine weapons not dare to attack. You. How can you be so strong? There must be something strange. The God General could not believe this. The divine weapon beside him said, "Boss, this kid is too strong. Let's quickly report to the divine lords and let them rule." The God General stood up, and his arm gradually recovered. He snorted and said angrily, "Don't think that you can do anything just because you defeated me. The dragon sacrificial great world is different now. This is a new era, and the eternal opal has given this world new life. This is our world. Just you wait." They were no match for Long Chen in the past. Therefore, they all retreated, waiting for the arrival of stronger experts, such as the divine lords they mentioned. "Remember to tell them that my name is Long Chen." When a godly general escaped with 4 divine soldiers, Long Chen smiled faintly as he spoke from behind. He naturally didn't want to offend them, but it was a different matter for this person who was once his enemy. Of course, the 72 divine spirits wouldn't become enemies with him just because of a godly general. After they left, Long Chen also landed in the dragon god domain that he was familiar with. The God General of the White Bones Divine Palace is one of the gods that have descended in the dragon god domain. In other words, all the gods that have descended now are related to the White Bones Divine Palace and the battlefield of the gods. For example, the statue of the God Statue Palace. They should be a group like that. But who is the god corpse in the deity ocean? Long Chen took advantage of the fact that no one was close to him and headed in the direction of the deity ocean. He was currently very close to the deity ocean. Only after personally standing in the dragon god domain did Long Chen have this kind of unimaginable feeling. The dragon sacrificial dragon continent had really changed. The eternal god domain was filled with this majestic spiritual qi. Although it wasn't very useful to gods and devils, it was indeed very useful to all living beings. I'm afraid that in a short 100 years, there will be countless people who will advance and reach an extremely powerful level. They might even become gods. Even in the dragon sacrificial continent below, with such dense and high-level spiritual energy, it might not be a problem to reach the level of the dragon emperor. Just as the God General had said, that thing called the eternal opal in the sky had created a new era for the dragon sacrificial continent. Through his connection with the masses on the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen could easily see that countless people were in the midst of breaking through. The eternal opal had already existed for 2 years. At least now, Long Chen could roughly see that millions of Samsara realm martial artists had appeared on the entire dragon sacrificial continent. And before he left, there was not a single one on the dragon sacrificial continent. As for the dragon god domain, needless to say, there were even many 8 trigram Samsara realm and 9 palaces Samsara realm. This kind of speed could not be described with common sense. This was a miracle. It was unimaginable that a single stone could change the entire world. Back then, Long Chen's cultivation speed could be considered fast. Now, countless people had surpassed him. It was truly unimaginable. That eternal opal must have the greatest secret. Chapter 26:12. Another thing was that the 10 billion divine palaces in Long Chen's body came from the faith of all living beings in the eternal God realm, but now it had lost the demon race, the marine race, and the witch race. Only the human race and the spirit race still firmly believed in him. Although it didn't affect his combat power, his recovery ability probably wasn't as strong as before. This might be due to the return of the gods of other races. Of course, there was no need to care about this anymore. Faith, on the other hand, confused Long Chen. The era demon said some strange things, such as the old and new rules. For example, the spirit essence star ocean was still in the old rules, and those gods relied on faith to become gods. And he said that the dragon sacrificial continent was already the new rules, or even the source of the new rules. The 18 Great Tribulations were the standard characteristics of the new rules. Under the new rules, it was very difficult to become gods through faith. Then, were the human gods tens of millions of years ago because of faith or because of talent? The human race didn't have too many innate advantages, so they shouldn't have the talent to become gods. Judging from the 5 gods just now, their power shouldn't have much to do with faith. At least, the people of the eternal god realm and the dragon sacrificial continent didn't believe in them. The layers of mysteries made him very puzzled. Senior, tens of millions of years ago, those gods relied on faith to become gods, right? He asked the Supreme Divine Emperor Halberd. That's right, the gods of the ancient times were all like that, so it's really hard to understand what the era demon said. Of course, the current dragon sacrificial continent does seem to be a little different from back then. It should be the new rules. Of course, faith is only a means to become gods. Once you become gods, you don't need to rely on the wishes of all living beings anymore. Of course, if you can get the support of the wishes of all living beings, you will naturally be stronger. Just as Longchen thought of this, he arrived at the location of the deity ocean. But, the deity ocean disappeared. Even the battlefield of the gods and the ancient land of the divine wilderness are gone. What appeared in front of him was actually a green field with countless immortal essences growing on it. There were even hundreds of Tao patterns. Many martial artists were cultivating here. Under the nourishment of the power of heaven and earth, these immortal essences grew very quickly. He was even more confused. He didn't expect that even the deity ocean was gone. Those god corpses were probably also gone. This made him feel as if he had fallen into a maelstrom. The deity ocean you mentioned is gone too. Longchen, could you have been mistaken about the god's corpse? The ancient gods were undefeatable, and all they did was leave. How could they all be killed? The old dragon asked in confusion. Maybe. Longchen smiled awkwardly. He knew in his heart that at this moment, he should pretend that he didn't know everything and bury all his doubts here. Only then would he be able to live in peace. Otherwise, he was afraid that there would be endless trouble. At this moment, he and Mo Xiaolang looked around. In the surroundings, more than 100 rays of light descended. Upon sensing these rays of light, the cultivators below all knelt on the ground and shouted the names of the gods. 2 years could bring about a lot of changes. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, countless clouds descended. Above the clouds stood god spirits. Compared to the previous 5 god spirits, these god spirits were way stronger. Over 100 deities surrounded Longchen and Mo Xiaolang. It's them. The god general who had been defeated by Longchen pointed at Longchen and Mo Xiaolang and said angrily. Longchen's heart was calm. With a glance, he still felt fearful. He didn't expect that almost half of the god spirits of the dragon god domain would come. More than half of them were god soldiers and god generals. To be able to become one of the 72 god spirits, they were all above the ultimate Tai Chi divine realm, which was equivalent to Mo Xiaolang's current realm. There were also some god lords. And among the god lords, there were characters even more terrifying than great lords. Presumably, there were perfect realm and ultimate realm god lords. These two were the more difficult for Longchen to deal with. With over 100 deities joining forces, there was no need to even mention the monstrous might. If it wasn't for the eternal incandescent stone that raised the level of the entire world, the descent of over 100 deities would have been enough to crush the entire dragon sacrificial continent. Longchen's eyes swept past every god. There were about 30 or so divine spirits here, and they belonged to the 72 divine spirits. There was an ancient city specially built for them, and every one of them was at least at the peak of the Tai Chi divine realm. These were definitely divine spirits from 10 million years ago, and their auras were very different from those divine soldiers and divine generals. Their gazes were calm as they examined Long Chen. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to withstand such a gaze. Of course, Long Chen had defeated the Era Heavenly Devil before. Naturally, he wasn't an ordinary person. He and Mo Shaolang could at least face the pressure of these god spirits calmly. Even if there were god lords who were stronger than saints. At this moment, the god spirits parted to make way for a god spirit. When this god spirit arrived, even Long Chen couldn't help but feel suffocated. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It was a feeling of extreme danger. Clearly, this guy was much stronger than the Era Heavenly Devil that Long Chen fought. The Era Heavenly Devil didn't use the power of the initial Tai Chi Divine Realm. He used his terrifying law comprehension to display the destructive power of a perfect realm god lord or even an ultimate realm god lord. But the one in front of him was a god king with true power. Long gray robe, long black hair, handsome appearance, evil power, surrounded by ghosts, and temperament close to primeval troll. If Long Chen guessed correctly, this person in front of him made him feel a sense of danger. He was sure that if the other party wanted to kill him, he only needed a thought. It was the God King of Hell. After all, only 2 God Kings had descended in the Dragon God domain. He didn't expect that his return would make the God King of Hell come in person. The surrounding gods all made way for the man with messy black hair and treated him respectfully. Even the perfect realm and ultimate realm god lords didn't say a word in front of this God King. Long Chen estimated out of habit. Here, there are about 10 god lords who are similar to me and can be defeated by me. There are 7 or 8 god lords that I can't fight against. There is 1 God King, and I can defeat the rest easily. Those who weren't at the god lord level weren't his match at all. It was the same for one of the 72 gods. Therefore, what Long Chen was really afraid of were the god kings and some god lords. Child, are you the Long Chen who slaughtered the primordial demon race? The terrifying god king of hell smiled as he appeared in front of Long Chen. Of course, with his appearance and demeanor, no matter what he said, he would strike fear into the hearts of anyone who looked at him. Long Chen didn't know that although the God King of Hell wasn't the strongest among the God Kings, he was the most cruel. Long Chen had a rough idea of what was going on. He calmly put away his fear and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "It's not just me. My brother also took care of the primeval troll who were weak after being imprisoned for millions of years." Clap clap. The God King of Hell started to clap. It was a few easy claps, but everyone's scalps went numb. Why aren't you clapping? Isn't this awesome enough? The God King of Hell turned to look at the gods. For a moment, applause rang out. A group of gods applauding under the God King of Hell's command. This scene was quite strange, however, Long Chen knew the God King of Hell's temper. Sure enough, when the God King of Hell turned to look at Long Chen, his gray eyes were very frightening. With a slight sweep, it was as if he had dissected Long Chen cleanly. But I heard that you're prepared to make a deal with the Era Heavenly Demon and become a primeval troll in exchange for the lives of all living beings on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, is that right? Long Chen suppressed the instinctive fear in his heart. He knew that the person in front of him was comparable to the war demon at his peak and could crush him to death with just a stretch of his hand, but he definitely wouldn't do that. So Long Chen said decisively, "That's right." The deity king of hell cried out like a love-struck fool. He clapped his hands again and said, "How shocking, how respectable, how admirable. You dared to sacrifice yourself to save the common people. We admire you greatly. Although you are a junior, you are also our role model. What does everyone think?" His voice was really too strange, so even if it sounded like he was praising Long Chen, it was still uncomfortable to listen to. That's right. The deities were in a mess, but they all expressed their opinions. However, their expressions seemed to be frozen, and it was very difficult for them to laugh. At this time, the God King of Hell circled around Long Chen and asked doubtfully, "Then, have you become primeval troll?" At this moment, all the deities looked over, and there was a faint murderous intent in their eyes. They had indeed surrounded Long Chen. Even the God King of Hell was waiting for Long Chen's answer. Long Chen met the gazes of the deities and suddenly smiled. Reporting to the God King of Hell, we've killed Emperor Sakya, Demon Hua, and the Era Heavenly Demon. We've also saved the Spirit Essence Star Sea. Now, we've returned to our hometown, the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. After he said this, the surroundings became quiet. For the first time, the deities looked at each other. Their previously stiff expressions were vaguely shocked. Sure enough, after hearing such news, they were still deeply shocked by these two youngsters. Is that true? The God King of Hell asked with a sly smile. I was just bragging a little. Emperor Sakya escaped, but only a wisp of his remnant soul escaped, Long Chen said. It's really unbelievable. You're the pride of our Dragon Sacrificial Continent's human race, the heroes in our hearts, and the greatest harvest from our return this time. I, the God King of Hell, am proud of your glorious achievements. The God King of Hell laughed heartily. He suddenly hugged Long Chen and patted Long Chen's shoulder, causing Long Chen's hair to stand on end. Relax, child. Since you're home, let me give you a good introduction of the great changes that have taken place in the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. That's right, the deities that have been lost today are us. We've returned, and everything is different. Of course, before that, I have to make an announcement. The God King of Hell hugged Long Chen's shoulder like a ruffian and said to the deities, everyone has seen their deeds. They're absolute heroes, saviors of the world. Without them, the Dragon Sacrificial Continent wouldn't have been able to be rebuilt the moment they returned. Even though they're our juniors, we should thank them. Therefore, I declare that from today onwards, without my orders, the deities must treat them respectfully. If anyone dares to bully them based on their status and strength, this will be the outcome. Whoosh. He stretched out his hand, and the God General from before rushed in his direction. The God General was so scared that he pissed his pants and shouted, Divine Lord, save me. The deities looked at a black-faced giant deity. That giant deity's expression didn't change, and he directly closed his eyes. Chapter 26:13. Originally, it was the godly general who complained, and the other deities heard of Long Chen's name, so they came together. But now, such a reversal happened. The godly king of hell casually killed the godly general without leaving a trace. With a single sentence from the godly king of hell, the other deities understood the status of this newly born deity. Ordinary godly generals and godly soldiers didn't have the qualifications to bully him. Even one of the 72 deities probably had to look at the godly king of hell's face. Although Long Chen didn't know why the godly king of hell treated him this way, it was really because he dealt with the primordial demons and was a hero. At least that was how it seemed now. At least now, Long Chen understood that he didn't have to worry about being enemies with the other deities. Just like what the violent blood dragon emperor said, he wanted to integrate with them, not oppose them. Thank you, godly king of hell. Therefore, he quickly expressed his gratitude. The godly king of hell's massacre this time had established his status. As a result, the gazes of the 72 deities softened, and the originally solemn atmosphere quickly became harmonious. The godly king is right, we came back a little late. If it weren't for the two of them, all living beings on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent would have been devoured by the primordial demons, and we wouldn't have been able to build this new world. Although the current world isn't as good as the primordial era, at least we have stopped the collapse of the world. These two new deities are really good. From now on, you are one of the deities of our Dragon Sacrificial Continent. We are all your seniors. If you have any needs, you can tell us. Of course, they could see that Mo Xiaolang cultivated the demonic path, but it didn't matter. There were many demonic paths in the myriad worlds, and demonic paths didn't equal to the primordial demons. The godly monarchs among the deities had more authority. At this moment, they all spoke to Long Chen in a much gentler tone, and even had smiles on their faces. The godly king of hell said, since that's the case, I'd better explain it to them. Otherwise, these two little fellows don't know anything about our disappearance and return. Long Chen pricked up his ears. He wanted to hear what they would say about their disappearance and their return. In reality, if it wasn't for the deity C's corpse, Long Chen would have completely trusted them and treated them as his own. However, because of the deity C's corpse's existence, there was always a knot in his heart that prevented him from getting close to the gods. The godly king of hell looked up at the sky and sighed. There are a lot of things that newly born gods like you don't understand. After the divine dragons went extinct, we, the ancient gods, gradually rose in this world and protected this homeland. But perhaps because of the damage left by the divine dragon era, the dragon sacrificial dragon continent is gradually collapsing. Just the surface area of the continent has shrunk by 99% since we left this place. In other words, the dragon sacrificial dragon continent in the ancient times was 100 times larger than it is today. You didn't live in that era, so you don't know the real numbers. Long Chen originally thought that it was only a few times or a dozen times. He didn't expect it to be 100 times. Clearly, the dragon sacrificial dragon continent was dozens of times larger than the spirit essence star ocean. The godly king of hell continued, faced with this world that was gradually being destroyed and its living beings gradually disappearing, we had no choice but to leave this place. This is because the existence of us gods would make this world unable to withstand our power and accelerate its collapse. Therefore, we left and went to other worlds, and drifted among them. At this point, the gods' eyes were almost brimming with tears. The godly king of hell told Long Chen the reason and process. Hearing this, it was very difficult for Long Chen to doubt them anymore. He only retained that tiny bit of suspicion in his heart. It's been hard on you. That was all he could say. The godly king of hell chuckled and said, "It's not hard at all. Actually, we could have stayed in other worlds and didn't have to return. Other worlds have higher resources, but deity Emperor Di Jun couldn't let go of this land, so he summoned us to return. He and the other deity emperors are also on their way back. I believe it won't be long before they descend again. As long as the deity emperors descend, it will be the beginning of a new life for our dragon sacrificial dragon world." Of course, what surprised us the most was that after tens of millions of years, this barren land still gave birth to you guys and even resolved the crisis of the primordial demon race. The reason why we didn't pursue the era heavenly demon was firstly because we were worried that they would return to their peak. If we went after them, we would only be sending ourselves to our deaths. Secondly, we had to stop the damage to the dragon sacrificial dragon world as soon as possible. With the existence of the eternal opal, even if the era heavenly demon at his peak attacked, he might not be able to harm this world. I just didn't expect you to actually deal with him. Unbelievable. The godly king of hell was very emotional. Long Chen looked around. Indeed, his hometown had changed. This world was like heaven now. He could also go down to the dragon sacrificial dragon continent at any time to see Ling Qing and the others. After so many years, he really missed them. Perhaps within 100 years, the dragon sacrificial dragon continent would quickly catch up to the eternal life god domain. Of course, the eternal life god domain was closest to the eternal opal, closest to the world of creation spirit Qi. Long Chen glanced around. Right now, many city lords of God's cities were close to the level of 8 tribulations and 9 palaces tribulations. It was just that their 9 palaces were different from Long Chen's 9 palaces. At this moment, the godly king of hell patted his shoulder and suddenly announced to the world in a loud voice, "My people, I am the godly king of hell." His voice swept across the eternal life god domain and the dragon sacrificial dragon continent, reaching everyone's ears. When they returned, they caused a huge commotion. Right now, the entire dragon sacrificial dragon continent already knew that the gods were truly living in this world. They believed in the gods. The godly king of hell continued, "Today, I have great news to tell everyone. Do you still remember that 3 years ago, there were 2 young heroes who willingly made a deal with the primordial demons in order to save the lives of the common people? They gave up their bodies and souls and were taken away. But today, they returned safely and brought good news with them. They exterminated the primordial demons. They are Long Chen and Emo Xiaolang. From now on, they are members of the Dragon Sacrificial Dragon Pantheon. After hearing this, the people were startled at first, but then they immediately cheered at the top of their lungs. No one could forget the battle 3 years ago. Everyone clearly knew how terrifying the primeval troll was. It was Long Chen and Emo Xiaolang who turned the tide and saved everyone's lives. Their deeds had already spread to the Dragon Sacrificial Dragon Continent. It also let the people of the Dragon Sacrificial Dragon Continent know that they were once protected. That period of time was a disaster for them. Because of the impact of the battle, too many natural disasters occurred, and too many people were injured or killed. Now, the communication between the Dragon Sacrificial Dragon Continent and the Eternal Life God domain was quite frequent. People could be seen going back and forth between the two places at any time. The people of the Eternal Life God domain had the greatest reaction. Even though the gods had returned, they still deeply believed in Long Chen. Long Chen discovered that even the majority of the monster race, oceanic race, and which race living beings had brought him the wish of all living beings. After knowing that he was still alive, they were also very excited. Brothers and sisters, I, Long Chen, have returned safely. This could be considered as a report of his safety. On the Dragon Sacrificial Dragon Continent, those who were familiar with him would also heave a sigh of relief when they heard his voice. The godly king of hell was very satisfied. He said to Long Chen, you just returned. What are your plans? Long Chen said, I want to go back and see my family and friends. I haven't seen them for a while, so they must be very worried about me. The godly king of hell smiled and said, no problem. There's still a long way to go. Everyone, disperse. Also, in a few days, I will set up a banquet in the Western Hell God City and invite the two of you to my Hell God City as guests. How about it? Since it's the godly king's invitation, it's only natural for me to accept it. Long Chen nodded. If everything the godly king of hell said was true, then they were indeed seniors worthy of respect. Long Chen would never be stingy with his respect for his seniors. Very good, very good. Then we'll be leaving first. The godly king of hell said no more and directly led his people back to the Hell God City. The other gods bid farewell to Long Chen and left one after another. The scene looked very harmonious. It's just that I'm suddenly left out, and there's still some knots in my heart. I'll get used to it. After all, the world has changed. As long as the human race can pass on through the ages without any disasters, the 5 great dragon cities don't really care about what happens. We'll just continue to maintain the inheritance of the dragon martial artists. Besides, don't we still have Long Chen? Long Chen roughly understood the current situation. Yang Yu suddenly said, Long Chen, you also remember that we saw the god's corpse in the deity ocean, right? Did you know that the deity ocean has already disappeared? Long Chen nodded and said, yes, I saw it today. Yang Yu became a little more serious and said, no matter what you think, from today onwards, you have to forget about the deity ocean and completely integrate into them. Get along well with them and observe the changes quietly. If the gods are worthy of respect, there's no problem at all. You can even become one of them. After all, our common wish is for the world to be peaceful and prosperous, right? Yang Yu is right. At least for now, I have to forget about this matter. And you, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Yang Yu still trusted Long Chen. He could think of many things very clearly. The gods are really too strong. They are the ancient gods of the primordial age. They originally controlled this era, but they left this world in search of the eternal opal. Now that they have returned to rebuild the world, they should be the rulers. They are strong, and they have a lot of people. We can't go against them. There are still a few of the strongest gods who have yet to descend. When the time comes, we have to treat them with even more respect. Therefore, there was no reason to stand against them. In the past, Long Chen had no opponents in the dragon sacrificial continent, so Yang Yu was more at ease. But now, there were too many experts. Long Chen's foundation was not stable, and it was not the gods' formation. Yang Yu was indeed worried that Long Chen would clash with them. After a discussion, everyone dispersed. Long Chen brought everyone back to the Crimson Dragon Palace in the Massacre Dragon City. This was where he lived. Now, Yang Yu also stayed in the 5 major dragon cities. After all, the Chaos Galaxy was no more. The days were very peaceful. The entire dragon sacrificial continent became stronger and stronger under the radiance of the eternal opal. Long Chen often raised his head to look at the eternal opal in the sky. The stone that was as bright as the sun often gave him a dreamy feeling. Yang Lingqing, Soi Ian, Kitten, Mo Xiaolang, and Lingxi, the most important people in his life, were all gathered safely by his side. This was already the greatest happiness in his life. Under the rule of the gods, the whole world was very peaceful. Long Chen took a few primordial immortal essences that Kitten had stolen. In addition to the blessed spiritual liquid that he had left behind, he basically used all of them on Yang Lingqing to help her increase her strength. Since she had come to his side, all the more, Long Chen could not let anything happen to this little sister of his. Lingqing, do you have someone you like? Yang Lingqing shook her head and said, "It's all your fault. With an older brother like you, how can I still see the light in others?" Kitten, who was at the side, called out, "Aya, can I introduce you to me? We can make a pair." Long Chen sent him flying with a kick. "Brother, I'm going to look for big sister Lingxi." Yang Lingqing quickly slipped away. Her realm was gradually increasing, and Long Chen was very satisfied. Yang Yu had come to his side at some point. Long Chen remembered something that he could never forget. He asked, "Aunt Yu, who do you think killed my father?" Yang Yu shook her head. Chapter 26:15. The arrival of this godly general silenced the entire Slaughter Dragon City. If it was a few years ago, when gods appeared, all living beings would definitely prostrate themselves in reverence and awe. But obviously, this was not the case. Everyone had already gotten used to it. In their eyes, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were already real gods. Times had changed. Moreover, this godly general's status was clearly lower than Long Chen's among the human gods. If they knew that the God King of Hell had killed a godly general to intimidate the other gods, they would have nothing to worry about. Wait a moment. We'll be there soon after we make some preparations. Long Chen said. If that's the case, I'll wait outside. This god general cultivated the same laws as the infernal god king. He had a cold and gloomy aura, and he didn't speak much. His actions were clean and efficient, and he directly retreated to the outskirts of Slaughter Dragon City. The infernal god king clearly liked Long Chen a lot, and the god generals under him naturally also respected Long Chen. After he left, Long Chen took Lingxi with him. After all, Lingxi was pregnant, and Long Chen felt more at ease with her by his side. Then, he and Mo Xiaolang were sent off respectfully by everyone. It was hard to predict what would happen at this banquet. What would a banquet between gods be like? Both of you, please follow me. The gray-armored godly general led the way, bringing Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang across the sky toward the god city of Hell. For the gods, the dragon god domain was too small. They would probably reach their destination in a short while. Senior, how should I address you? Even a godly general was probably a figure from millions or even tens of millions of years ago. There was no problem calling him senior. The godly general said in fear and trepidation, "Please don't call me that. You two are now the heroes of the ceremony and the favorites of the God King of Hell. Your futures are limitless. Moreover, we gods don't care about seniority. Whoever is stronger is our senior. You two can just call me Blue G." Long Chen nodded. Judging from the divine general's reaction, the gods seemed to be living in harmony with each other. They respected each other, and there was no sign of arrogance. "Lu Ji, where were you before you returned?" The godly general was taken aback. We wandered through many worlds. When I left the ceremony, I was not yet a god but a half-step god. I became a god in another world. Long Chen nodded. To become the faith of the people there? Lu Ji stared blankly for a moment before saying, under the new rules, there's no longer any power of faith to become a god. As long as you pass through the great tribulation of gods and demons, you can easily become a god. Under the new rules, the ancient gods have also changed. Now, the gods don't need the power of faith anymore. It's a miracle that you became a god through faith on the dragon sacrificial continent, but it will also gradually change under the new rules in the future. The power of faith is too restrictive, and the gods under the new rules are more stable than before. Is that so? Long Chen was a little confused. In fact, everything about becoming a god through faith and talent came from the Supreme Divine Emperor's halberd. After hearing Lu Ji's words, the old dragon was also a little stunned. He suddenly understood and said, so that's how it is. Now that everyone has become a god, we don't need faith anymore. This new rule is indeed magical, indeed wonderful. This could explain why the gods didn't need the power of faith anymore. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Hell God City. But this was not the Hell God City of the past. Long Chen had been to the War God Ancient City and even the Emperor Jun Divine City before. He had a rough idea of the scale of the divine cities. Within 2 years, the God King of Hell had already built his descendants into a force comparable to Dragon City. At the same time, he was also selecting geniuses from the Dragon Sacrificial Continent to join the Hell God City. A divine city with a god was indeed different. Compared to the Hell God City, the 5 great dragon cities seemed rather pitiful. However, this was a necessary change after the gods returned. You're finally here. The God King of Hell's laughter came from the depths of the divine city. Long Chen quickened his pace and entered the destinable divine artifact in no time. The interior was brightly lit and there was a vast hall in the middle. At this moment, there were dozens of gods sitting on the seats. Among them, the number of god monarch level gods that threatened Long Chen had increased to about 15. There were also more than a dozen at the same level as the great sage. It seemed that the main force of the 72 gods were all god monarchs. There were only about 20 of them, and they were only at the ultimate Tai Chi divine state. With so many experts, any perfected god monarch would be able to wipe out the entire spirit essence star ocean. Young heroes, please take a seat first. At the highest point, the God King of Hell was dressed in luxurious brocade clothes. He was meticulously dressed and looked graceful and elegant. It was a huge difference from his previous messy hair. The dozens of primordial gods sized up Long Chen and Long Chen curiously. They did not have any particular evil intentions. Instead, they were mostly curious. Under the God King of Hell's instructions, Long Chen and Long Chen sat closer to the God King of Hell. The God King of Hell smiled and said, Long Chen, you must be in a good mood after reuniting with your family. Long Chen replied, indeed. Thank you for your concern, God King. The God King of Hell said, no need to thank me. We should be the ones thanking you. However, it's all in the past. We, the dragon's sacrifice, have to look forward. I hope that today will be a new beginning for you. Serve the dishes. The banquet officially began. The things that gods enjoyed were indeed precious treasures. They were either primordial chaos immortal essences or some of the rare beasts in the myriad worlds. They were extremely nourishing. Thank you, God King, for your gift. The gods raised their cups. Long Chen noticed that even the wine in the cups was brewed with primordial chaos immortal essences. If a mortal took a sip, they would probably be able to break through to the samsara realm. As for them, just a sip would fill them with divine power and vigor. They seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. The God King of Hell was very happy as he said, these dishes are all meticulously crafted from the myriad worlds. The dragon's sacrifice continent cannot enjoy them, especially this wine. I brewed it with primordial grade primordial chaos immortal essences. After hundreds of thousands of years, I wouldn't have taken it out today if not for the two young heroes. One of the gods said, "We have benefited from the two of you. Come, I, Heavenly Fire Divine Lord, toast the two of you." After the banquet, Longchen got to know almost all the gods present. After all, he had seen their statues in the past. The god king of Hell's goal seemed to be to integrate Longchen into their group through this banquet. From today onwards, Longchen and Mo Xiaolang are members of the Dragon Sacrifice Pantheon. They were able to defeat the Era Sky Fiend, so they naturally have something extraordinary about them. We are all compatriots, so we should take care of each other and face the challenges together. We should make our Dragon Sacrifice world stronger and restore it to the glory of the primordial era. As a junior, Longchen didn't say much. Although the God King of Hell emphasized this, the gods weren't puppets. They naturally wouldn't listen to him completely. He could tell that there were still some people who had some opinions about him, such as the mighty miracle god who had been killed. The banquet was about to end, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. This was an opportunity. Longchen said, "God King, and seniors, there is something I need to report to you." The gods quieted down. The God King of Hell smiled and said, "Speak." Longchen said, "There must have been an accident when we killed Demon Hua back then. This matter is a bit complicated, so please listen to me explain from the beginning." Longchen then roughly explained what had happened. In summary, my sister Soyeon has inherited Demon Hua's body. She has Demon Hua's rules and power, but she has nothing to do with Demon Hua. She is kind, and with the two of us watching over her, there won't be any problems. After listening to this, the gods fell silent. It was obvious that their expressions had changed a bit. Among them, a pitch-black night god said, "The primordial demon race is the embodiment of evil. Not only are their souls evil, but their bodies are also not spared. Although it is as you said, I suspect that this woman might bring trouble to our dragon sacrifice world in the future. After all, when Demon Hua was at her peak, there were less than 4 of us who could restrain her, and none of them have returned yet. I suggest that we at least take some measures." A bald god surrounded by lightning said, "I also suggest that. If an accident happens and Demon Hua is reborn, there will be billions of casualties. The dragon sacrifice world is so fragile, it's not good to let such a threat exist." For a moment, the gods all expressed their opinions. Basically, no one cared about the relationship between Longchen and Soyeon. Longchen had already said that she was his sister. It seemed that there weren't many gods who truly recognized him. Chapter 26:16. At that moment, most of the godly spirits stood up from their seats and looked at Longchen with unfriendly gazes. With so many godly spirits present, the godly might they gave off was boundless. Adding on this malice, the entire Hell God city seemed to freeze. Among the 72 deities, some had yet to become divine emperors, so they wouldn't affect Longchen at all. Some of the divine emperors weren't much of a threat to him either. The ones who could truly suppress him were the divine emperors at the perfection and ultimate realms. And there was more than one of them. It seemed that the only one who was truly friendly to him was the godly king of hell, and everyone knew that the godly king's friendliness was genuine. Longchen and Mo Xiaolang stood up as well. Of course, the former didn't panic. "Longchen, since you're a member of the Dragon Sacrifice Pantheon, don't protect the primordial demons. Our world is still extremely fragile, and as its protectors, we can't allow such a huge threat to exist around us." That's right. Demon Hua is extremely powerful and was the strongest demon after the Era Sky Fiend. How can you be sure that she's truly dead? Those who said such things here were basically of relatively high status. The deities didn't need to do anything. Just their threatening gazes alone was enough to make any young deity crumble. However, this didn't work on Longchen. As the conflict approached, Longchen remembered the Dragon Emperor's warning and said, "Everyone, don't be so nervous. Back when we faced a group of primeval troll, we weren't as strong as we are now, but we didn't wipe out all of the primeval troll either. What I mean is that the primordial demons are nothing to be afraid of, not to mention the dead demon Hua. An enemy that I can take care of should be nothing to you. To be honest, Mo Xiaolang was already a little nervous. If they did anything to Sui Yan, he would definitely fight to the death. Long Chen pulled him back and calmed him down. Long Chen did not go against the gods. He flattered them unconsciously and finished his speech with a smile on his face. To be able to remain calm and composed in the face of the gods' threats also showed his courage. Clap, clap. At this moment, the God King of Hell finally expressed his stance. His attitude was to applaud. When the gods saw him beaming, they were very satisfied, and they knew the answer in their hearts. As expected, at this moment, the godly King of Hell said with a smile, Long Chen is right. You guys are too cowardly. You don't even have the courage to do that. The two of them could deal with the Era Heavenly Demon, why would they be afraid of the dead Demon Hua? Besides, there were only the two of them at that time, and Demon Hua didn't even recover a little bit of her strength. Now, there's no trace of her. The gods lowered their heads and did not refute. The godly King of Hell was in charge here. No matter how much the other gods said, it was still up to the godly King of Hell. At this moment, the godly King of Hell said to Long Chen, after saying so much, Long Chen, show us your sister. Let us see what the former demon Hua was like. Hearing this, Mo Xiaolang became nervous again. This godly King of Hell seemed to be smiling weirdly all day long. No matter how one looked at him, he seemed to be up to no good. Of course, no problem. Long Chen agreed on behalf of Mo Xiaolang. This was a hurdle they had to pass, or else it would attract more trouble. Today was a good opportunity to solve this matter. As for the result, it would depend on what kind of god the godly King of Hell was. Long Chen let Sui Yan out of the god kingdom. Seeing the serious expressions of the gods, Sui Yan was so scared that she hid beside Long Chen and Long Chen, only daring to poke her head out to look at the gods. Be good, little fella. We are all good people. Don't be afraid of us. In the blink of an eye, the godly King of Hell was standing in front of Long Chen and the others. He was very close, and the cold aura from his body made them feel as though they were in hell. Sui Yan nodded. Very well, go back. The godly King of Hell returned to his position and waved his hand. This hurdle was easily passed. At least in the future, Sui Yan wouldn't cause any big trouble when she appeared. Of course, they still had to be wary of the things in the dark. It's not a problem to stay here, but I have a request. If she devours living beings in order to recover Demon Hua's peak strength, even if it's just one, as long as I find out, I won't let it go easily. Every life is important. This is something that Long Chen, you should be able to understand, right? The godly King of Hell said solemnly. She definitely won't do that, Long Chen said solemnly. As he said that, he had already let Sui Yan return to his god nation. After settling this matter, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this godly King of Hell was a little better than he had imagined. Following that, the gods seemed to have forgotten about this matter. Long Chen, after you've returned, you haven't had a good walk down the dragon sacrificial continent yet. Let's go down together and take a look at the mountains and rivers that have changed tremendously. You'll definitely be shocked. The banquet ended just like that. After the gods had their fill, with the godly King of Hell in the lead, they formed a group and descended from the eternal god domain. With their speed, it didn't take long for them to arrive in the sky above the dragon sacrificial continent. The current dragon sacrificial continent was several times more stable than the eternal god domain of the past. There was no need to worry that it would collapse after the gods arrived. Although the dragon sacrificial continent had lost most of its land, it was still incomparably vast to them even now. Below them were densely packed living beings, and the gods didn't even bother to conceal their tracks. When they swept across the sky, countless living beings were alarmed and hurriedly knelt on the ground, shedding tears of gratitude. Long Chen was at a loss. Here, this piece of land had gained new life. Under the nourishment of the eternal opal's world creation spirit Qi, even ordinary land had grown immortal spirits in a short 2 years. The entire dragon sacrificial continent was like a fairyland, with abundant spiritual Qi and countless experts. Starting from the far west, they headed east. Along the way, groups of living beings piously knelt on the ground, welcoming the arrival of the gods. They knelt deeply on the ground, thanking the gods for their kindness. Fortunately, even though we've returned, we've finally completed our historical mission and brought the dragon sacrificial world a new life, allowing our home to come to life once more. The godly king of hell faced the raging winds, his long hair fluttering. Thousands of living beings were cheering for him, and the gods were taking him as the center. Long Chen was more concerned about the changes in the dragon sacrificial continent. It seems, really is a lot better. In the past, what he was most worried about was that the dragon sacrificial continent would perish after 100 years. Now, it seemed that he had really worried too much. Not only did the dragon sacrificial continent not perish, but it had also obtained a new life and was beginning to prosper. Perhaps the voice that told me that the dragon sacrificial continent was about to perish didn't know that these gods were returning. Long Chen thought. At this time, the godly king of hell said to him, "Perhaps you still had some doubts about us in the beginning, but now that you've seen all this, you should understand. Perhaps our departure back then was indeed very hasty, but today is enough to prove that we were right. We've saved our home. I've already told your matter to the God King, and he admires you very much. Before long, he'll return with other powerful godly kings. At that time, it'll be the time when our dragon sacrificial continent truly strides towards the peak. One day, we'll realize the grand occasion of the primordial era." Di Jun, this was a god king who had a deep relationship with him. From Diyu to the conflict with city lord Di Jun, and finally to the fortuitous encounter with Di Jun's statue, it was very complicated. The return of this god king made Long Chen feel even more pressure than the godly king of hell. At his peak, Di Jun was probably the supreme being of the myriad worlds that was close to the ancestral dragon. At that level, even the current Long Chen might be as weak as an ant in front of him. This feeling of not being able to control his own fate made Long Chen a little unhappy. In 3 days, Long Chen traveled leisurely from the extreme west to the extreme east. He saw a completely new world. He saw the brand new divine dragon nation and the 3 sovereign regions. This was his former home. "What do you think of the power of the eternal Argent Stone?" the godly king of hell asked. Long Chen said, "It's vast and boundless, with uncanny workmanship. It's a treasure that can save the world." "Not bad." The godly king of hell was very satisfied with his words. "Let's return to the eternal god domain. From now on, we gods will work together to protect this world and make it better." With the godly king of hell in the lead, the group returned. On the way, Long Chen asked, "Why don't I see the radiant god king?" The godly king of hell chuckled. "That guy doesn't get along with me. His main job is to keep an eye on me, and he's used to hiding. But he should be meeting with you." Although there shouldn't be any conflict between him and the radiant god king, Long Chen couldn't help but pay attention to him. After all, they were both people who could decide whether he lived or died. But before returning to the eternal god domain, a godly spirit in golden armor blocked Long Chen's path. This godly spirit had an aura similar to the war devil's, but it was purer, less ferocious, and more domineering. He was the one with the strongest battle intent among the gods, and Long Chen found him somewhat familiar. "Godly King, Long Chen's strength is very strange. He has a vast amount of godly spirit origin power, but he hasn't reached godly ascension yet. I heard that he defeated the Era Sky Devil, so I'm sure everyone is very curious about his battle prowess. I wonder if I can represent my brothers and sisters and spar with this genius? Let's see what he's capable of defeating the Era Sky Devil." The godly spirit spoke in a deep, heavy voice. Long Chen thought about it for a moment and roughly understood that this was a war god. In other words, the first godly spirit he'd visited in the eternal god domain was a devil who had ascended to godhood. He was the one who had caused Mo Xiaolang to become a devil. Speaking of which, the war god was a legend, and Long Chen had a very deep connection with him. Who would have thought that the war god would represent the gods to challenge him? Chapter 26:17. At the end of the day, the dozens of deities present had some doubts about Long Chen's combat power. They also wanted to know how strong he really was. Even the divine king of hell wanted to know. Long Chen was different from Mo Xiaolang. It was easy to see Mo Xiaolang's realm. Moreover, he had cultivated the boundless divine technique and had shockingly achieved the creation stage God spirit power. He was superior to many of the divine monarchs present. Most of the divine monarchs were not qualified to possess the creation stage boundless divine technique. Mo Xiaolang was lucky to obtain Fiery Lord's infinite divine technique. After all, it was one of the greatest treasures in the spirit essence star ocean apart from the essence sea. During the battle with Demon Hua, the 99 burning heaven source power had just taken shape, which was equivalent to the primordial level. After more than 2 years of cultivation, as long as Mo Xiaolang gathered more than 10 kinds of divine fires, he would probably be able to perfect the 99 burning heaven's secret technique. Now, the martial god, whose cultivation was similar to Sage and Fiery Lord, or even stronger, was standing in front of him. When Long Chen was still in the 3 emperor domains, he already knew about this divine spirit. This was because the true martial emperor palace and the martial god ancient city had a relationship. At that time, he definitely wouldn't have imagined that he would have such an opportunity to fight against an existence that was akin to heaven and earth. At this moment, almost all the gods were looking at him, their eyes shining with an unknown light. Long Chen had said that he could defeat the Era Sky Demon. If he did not make a move to prove that he had the power to do so, the number of gods who truly believed in him would always be few. A rising junior would still feel a certain sense of crisis after they returned. Therefore, the martial god's attack represented the wishes of all the deities present, including the divine king of hell. No, as a senior, how can you bully a junior? Long Chen is the only deity born in the human race in thousands of years. He is our race's miracle. I can't let you hurt him. The divine king of hell said with a straight face. The martial god was about to insist, but at this time, Long Chen spoke first. Today, even if the divine king of hell helped him, the deities would not be easily convinced. They wanted to see the true ability of a genius who could defeat a weakened Ji Yuan demon. After all, he did not seem to have become a real deity, therefore, Long Chen said, "Don't worry, divine monarch. It's just a spar, so I won't be injured. Moreover, I've admired the martial god for a long time. Being able to exchange pointers with the martial god today is a pleasant surprise for me. Since that's the case, I naturally have to grasp this opportunity and seek guidance from the martial god." The deities didn't expect Long Chen to be so brave and forthright. In fact, Long Chen was very grateful to them. At least they didn't find a perfected divine lord or even stronger. If that was the case, he wouldn't have the courage he had now. Although the martial god was a rather important deity in his life, when he truly reached this level, this fellow who had become a deity millions of years ago was actually just a so-so in his eyes. The divine king of hell applauded. As expected of a young man. Such courage. Not bad, I like it. In that case, enjoy your battle. Just remember not to embarrass yourself. The last sentence was directed at the martial god. After the divine king of hell and both sides agreed, everyone dispersed. Above the dragon sacrificial continent, the martial god had already locked onto Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen was facing a divine lord. A divine lord at his peak was naturally extraordinarily powerful. Especially since the martial god was a battle god, he was already quite tyrannical in this aspect. Just like at this moment, the martial god was high up in the sky. His body was shrouded in golden light and he was like a blazing golden sun, emitting dazzling rays of light. The other deities seemed to have hidden themselves. In Long Chen's eyes, the martial god was the only one left. Mo Xiaolang also retreated. He knew that since Long Chen had agreed, he must be confident. Now that the situation was different, a mere martial god shouldn't be a threat to Long Chen. The greater significance of this battle was to stabilize Long Chen's position among the deities. He had to integrate with them and become one of them. Then, the prerequisite was definitely tyrannical strength. The martial god's martial will was monstrous. When it was released, heaven and earth submitted. Everyone on the dragon sacrificial continent could feel this martial artist's will and were deeply subdued. When the deities showed their might, countless people immediately knelt on the ground, shouting and worshipping. Everyone present was a deity that could influence all living beings. The martial god's voice was like a great bell as he said, "It has been 18.5 million years since I became a deity. Now, I've cultivated the sacred martial monarch's descent scripture, and cultivated the primeval level sacred martial source power. I'm proficient in 38 types of nomological powers and possess several divine monarch nomological powers. Are you ready?" After all, it was a spar, so the other party was very polite and told Long Chen all his details. Long Chen should have introduced himself like that, but he really had nothing to say and could only say, "I haven't cultivated the boundless divine technique yet. I only possess the divine source power. Although I've gained a great advantage, someone who can defeat Ji Yuan's extraterrestrial demon must have amazing capabilities. So, I won't be polite." The martial god's loud and clear voice spread everywhere. Everyone seemed to understand that he was actually going to spar with Long Chen. To most people on the dragon sacrificial continent, they knew Long Chen and knew that he was the existence who had saved the entire world. He could also be considered as one of the returning deities. Now, it was an era ruled by deities. Deities were no longer as mysterious as before, but they were even more majestic. Buzz. The martial god made his move. At his peak, his primeval level sacred martial source power instantly engulfed heaven and earth, spreading towards the boundless world. Due to its extremely high nature, it completely suppressed Long Chen's divine source power. In terms of quantity, the two of them weren't too far apart. However, in terms of nature, the difference was too great. So, on this level, Long Chen was completely unable to compare with him. Pinnacle realm of martialism. As soon as the martial god made his move, he used a divine monarch nomological power. While testing Long Chen's strength, he was also taking the initiative. His pinnacle realm of martialism unfolded, and all the places that were covered by his sacred martial source power underwent astonishing changes. In the blink of an eye, the pinnacle realm of martialism had already covered nearly 1/5 of the dragon sacrificial continent. To Long Chen, all the places he could reach were within the pinnacle realm of martialism. Rumble. A world-shaking change occurred within the pinnacle realm of martialism. The other gods all disappeared, and Long Chen arrived in another world. The entire world was filled with golden characters. The characters weren't large, but they were densely packed. The entire pinnacle realm of martialism was filled with such golden characters. Every single character was like a golden person, practicing martial arts. Different ancient characters were practicing the same martial arts. Ha, ha. A voice as powerful as a bell resounded within the entire pinnacle realm of martialism. Every time the characters attacked, the world would tremble. The boundless power that the characters unleashed caused Long Chen to tremble intensely. Of course, this was only the beginning. Long Chen rapidly moved. However, at the very least, he wasn't able to leave the pinnacle realm of martialism in a short period of time. He had nowhere to run. The martial god is indeed interesting, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, none of the 72 gods were vegetarians. Just at this moment, within the pinnacle realm of martialism, billions of characters rapidly gathered together, forming an enormous character giant in the sky. It faintly revealed the appearance of the martial god. It opened its incomparably large palm and slammed it towards Long Chen. This was a fatal rule. In an instant, the entire world seemed to have frozen. The pinnacle realm of martialism continued to suppress Long Chen's body with all of its power. Although it hadn't arrived yet, it had already locked down all of Long Chen's space. If he were to escape, the pinnacle realm of martialism's attack would land on the sacrificial dragon continent, causing incomparable damage. Even this world, which had finally recovered with great difficulty, might be destroyed. I can only take it head on. In that short instant, such a thought flashed through Long Chen's mind. The might of a divine monarch was extraordinary. The martial god was a god that could be learned from. Naturally, Long Chen didn't want the battle to end so quickly. He closed his eyes and actually fearlessly charged towards the enormous palm formed by golden characters. In the instant he made his move, the white sword had already appeared. Before he became a god, these two weapons were what Long Chen relied on the most. The white sword slashed. The god-slaying sword Qi tore apart the most stable space and collided with the enormous palm. This was the sharpest and most violent sword Qi that Long Chen had ever seen. It had the might of a god-slaying sword, but it was even more violent and direct than the war gods. As the two forces collided, a portion of Long Chen's god source energy exploded with boundless power. With a single slash, he actually tore apart the palm and even the entire giant formed by golden characters. Break. With another slash, the pinnacle realm of martialism completely shattered and disappeared. Long Chen tore a hole in the world that was filled with heavy pressure. This seems to be a creation divine weapon at the world creation grade or even higher. How did he get his hands on something like this? The god's eyes were extremely sharp. They immediately saw the white sword in Long Chen's hand. However, they probably didn't know the origin of the white sword. Moreover, they were indeed curious. With Long Chen's current strength, it was completely impossible for him to use such a divine weapon. In reality, Long Chen had borrowed Lingxi's bloodline. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to relax at all. The scariest thing was that the white sword and the spiritual sword appeared together. However, without the wishes of all living beings, he temporarily couldn't do it. However, just the white sword alone gave him the confidence to defeat the martial god. Boom. The two separated. In their first clash, Long Chen had reversed the situation and gained the upper hand. Good sword. The martial god couldn't help but sigh, but he didn't panic. The surrounding gods were extremely envious. Even the god king of hell felt somewhat pressured. It seems that the reason why this kid is so magical is because of this sword. Chapter 26:18. At this moment, the martial god's body emitted an even stronger light. A majestic, domineering, and awe-inspiring armor enveloped his entire body. This golden armor was naturally a fortune divine artifact. There was a golden lion head on each shoulder and chest. The golden eyes were vivid and lifelike, as if they could devour the heavens and the earth and dominate the myriad worlds. It was much more terrifying than the armor of half of the divine generals, and even more domineering and fierce than the Inferno Monarch's Inferno God armor. The martial god was getting serious. This guy's battle intent is indeed terrifying. In terms of pursuit of martial arts, he surpasses all gods. He has been fighting all his life, living on martial arts, and is a martial arts fanatic. Now that he has used the three-headed Emperor Lion divine armor, he must be using the three-pointed, two-edged divine halberd. Although the three-pointed, two-edged divine halberd is inferior to Long Chen's sword in terms of grade, the martial god has used it for millions of years and is already familiar with it. He can unleash 200% of its power, and with the protection of the three-headed Emperor Lion divine armor, he should be able to block the opponent's sword Qi. Winning this battle shouldn't be a problem. And it can be seen that Long Chen mainly relies on this sword in battle. Before they continued to fight, the gods had already guessed the outcome of the battle with their keen eyesight. One had to admit that the martial god with these two fortune divine artifacts should be much stronger than the Inferno Monarch. Back then, the three devils had to work together to defeat the Inferno Monarch. Long Chen also saw the three-pointed, two-edged divine halberd. It was similar to the supreme deity Emperor War halberd, and the fortune heroic spirit was a three-headed golden lion. Clearly, these two Tao artifacts came from the same source, which allowed them to unleash greater power. The martial god roared, causing an earthquake in the dragon's sacrificial continent. His figure flickered, traversing hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye and arriving in front of Long Chen. With the armor protecting his body and the war halberd in hand, the martial god was proficient in close combat. His attack simply dazzled Long Chen. Supreme divine art of destruction. Another power of law was bestowed on the three-pointed, two-edged divine halberd. The three-headed golden lion roared in unison, abnormally overbearing. Every roar intimidated Long Chen's primordial spirit. The three-pointed, two-edged divine halberd was like a lion, constantly biting and biting. The combination of two fortune divine artifacts was indeed a huge blow. Chaotic time reversal. Long Chen was using the power of time to disrupt his opponent. He was constantly dodging and blocking, so although the martial god's attacks were fierce, he was able to block them all. However, with his opponent's extraordinary close combat power, he was completely suppressed. He didn't even have a chance to counterattack. After all, the consumption of the pure sword was too great. The martial god's ferocious attack lasted for a full 15 minutes, forcing Long Chen from the extreme east all the way to the west. Even though the world had stabilized, it still caused violent tremors wherever it went. The influence of this battle grew larger and larger, and in the end, it had already alarmed almost all the living beings in the dragon's sacrificial continent. It could be seen that the gods all thought that he was just struggling at death's door and was about to be defeated. Just relying on the power of the divine weapon can indeed be effective once or twice, but in the end, it is not one's true strength. It is not easy to use it flawlessly. It seems that after being imprisoned for millions of years, the era heavenly demon really can't hold on any longer. A mere fortune divine artifact is enough to consign him to eternal damnation. What a joke. Watching the martial god display his might, the gods talked cheerfully and were very relaxed. The more they watched, the more they realized that the martial god had practically locked onto the battle. From this battle, Long Chen learned many things. The cultivation paths of the two were similar, but the martial god and the war demon were different. The war demon was ruthless and brutal, but the martial god was open and aboveboard, imposing, and cultivated the purest martial path. Although the war demon was stronger when it was at its peak, the positive influence that the martial god brought to Long Chen was greater. At this point in the battle, he had basically grasped the martial god's fighting style. At this moment, the gods were already laughing. From their words, it could be heard that Long Chen was no longer mysterious in their hearts. He was just a lucky person who had obtained a rather terrifying fortune divine artifact. If he doesn't have that fortune divine artifact, he might be nothing. As soon as the mighty miracle divine general finished speaking, Long Chen blocked one of the martial god's attacks and was sent flying. In an instant, he flew over 500 kilometers away. The martial god appeared in front of him in a flash. Long Chen closed his eyes and held the white sword in front of him. He activated the power of time. This was the power that he had accumulated for a long time, and it was all infused into the white sword. It could be said that he was drawing upon the white sword's fortune divine power to the greatest extent, allowing the two to fuse and erupt with the white sword's strongest might. Time rupture. At this moment, Long Chen opened his eyes, which had already become illusory. The strange power of time rupture had transformed the white sword and the slaughtering god's sword chi, allowing the incomparably powerful slaughtering god's sword chi to reach a higher level. It had invisibly magnified Long Chen's time rupture power. As Long Chen's sword swept out, this power vibrated out from the white sword. Compared to before, the power of time rupture wasn't the slightest bit strange. Even the deities didn't sense it. Only the martial god, who was close by, could sense the extremely boundless power of time. This power made him suspicious. Victory was already in his grasp, so he naturally didn't want to fail miserably. He hurriedly used his armor and the three-pointed, double-edged divine halberd to resist. In that instant, time rupture and the martial god collided. Buzz. The power of this sword pierced through the three-pointed, double-edged divine halberd, pierced through the three-headed Emperor Lion's divine armor, and shook the martial god's power. In those 3 breaths of time, he had also lost the majority of his divine martial path origin power. This was his foundation, but at this moment, it was completely gone. In that instant, the martial god's complexion changed dramatically. From incomparably domineering to pained and pale. Shwa. By the time he recovered from those 3 breaths of time, Long Chen's white sword was already pointed at his forehead. He could have used Godslayer's sword Qi to at least severely injure the martial god, but he didn't do so. The outcome of this battle had already been decided. When he slowly lowered his white sword, put it away, and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Even the deities didn't recover from that moment, because at that time, Long Chen's speed was simply too fast, and it didn't seem real at all. But everyone was a powerhouse, and they could tell at a glance that Long Chen's previous use of the power of time had scattered more than half of the martial god's divine martial path origin power. In a situation where he was lacking power, it was already impossible for him to defeat Long Chen. The truth was that Long Chen had won. It was just that to turn defeat into victory in an instant was truly difficult for everyone to accept. The deities had been smiling before, but now their smiles had stiffened. Everyone was incredibly embarrassed. Especially the mighty miracle god, who had just finished speaking. It was as if he had been slapped in the face. After a long silence, applause rang out. The Hell God King grinned with his pearly white teeth and applauded, "Very beautiful, very wonderful. This move of time rule is unprecedented and earth-shattering. Just this move alone suppressed all of the martial god's divine lord rules. The perfect use of time rule and creation divine weapon has reached the pinnacle. Everyone now understands how Long Chen defeated the era heavenly demon, right?" The Hell God King's gaze swept across the deities. The martial god reacted in the air and solemnly said, "I don't blame myself for losing this battle. Since ancient times, heroes have come from the young. This young man dared to barge into the demon star and fight against the group of demons, defeating them one by one. He even sacrificed himself for justice, and in order to protect all living beings, he didn't hesitate to become a member of the immemorial demon race. In the end, he was even able to escape from danger. A person who can complete such a miracle can't be a weakling." After saying that, he returned to his position. Everyone could hear his words. Previously, they had heard the other deities boasting that Long Chen was going to lose, so at this moment, everyone was confused. This Long Chen was so powerful that not only did the martial god admit defeat, but he was also convinced of his defeat. After experiencing a deathly silence, the people living in the deity world started to cheer for Long Chen. Although the deities were powerful and changed the world, in their hearts, they were still closer to Long Chen. This was because he was a newly born deity and a new generation's legend. The gods looked at each other in dismay. They shut their mouths, but the way they looked at Long Chen was different from before. It could be seen that they were convinced. At the very least, those who were not as strong as the martial god no longer dared to act like elders when they looked at Long Chen and flaunted their seniority. This was the purpose of Long Chen's battle. To establish his might. In order to integrate with them, he couldn't just be bullied and humiliated. He had to be strong at the right time to gain the respect of others. He believed that after this battle, his status would only increase. The God King of Hell seemed to be even more satisfied with himself. "Alright, the spar is over. You can all go back." Just as he said that, the God King of Hell froze for a moment and changed his words. "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Follow me back to the Hell God City. The young God Emperor has summoned us." Young God Emperor. Everyone's face immediately paled, looking a little unnatural. "Long Chen, to us, you are a newcomer. Now that the young God Emperor has arrived at the Hell God City, you must go and meet him," said the God King of Hell. Although Long Chen was confused, he nodded. Aren't the God King of Hell and the God King of Light the only 2 God Kings to return? Who is this young God Emperor? Looking at the God King of Hell's respectful and somewhat helpless tone, Could it be that this young god emperor's status is higher than his? Among the deities that returned, this young god emperor is the most terrifying. Longchen couldn't help but guess. As for who this young god emperor was, it was actually very easy to guess. He should be related to the number one god of ancient times, eternal god Emperor Jun. Perhaps a deity like his son, not among the 72 deities, but he should be very strong. The deities returned. The god king of hell said, "The young god emperor has a bad temper. When you see him, you must be polite and don't talk back to him. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you." Chapter 26:19. Daughter? Longchen breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, if a man was a proud son of the heavens with such a status, he might feel enmity towards him. It would be much better if it was a woman. It shouldn't be a big problem. After all, he didn't like to make trouble. For him, the most important thing was to become a real god. Like Mo Xiaolang, he had to go through the great tribulation of gods and demons. Otherwise, in this era of gods, he always felt that he was lacking something. Now he understood that what he lacked was a sense of security. Although the gods were very friendly, and not many people were hostile to him after he showed his strength, he didn't feel safe. Instead, he felt a strong sense of crisis. So, he was eager to become a god, and he was preparing for the last great tribulation of gods and demons. Maybe only when he went through the great tribulation of gods and demons and became stronger could he control the spiritual sword and the pure sword. Only then could he find the relics left by Divine Emperor Ling Su for the two swords, and understand what was going on with the spiritual venerable. As for now, Longchen didn't dare to act recklessly. They returned to the Divine King of Hell in a hurry. The gods used to be high and mighty, overlooking all living beings and accepting their worship. But now, they looked worried and scared. Even some powerful divine emperors looked the same. It seems as the Divine King of Hell said, "The young divine emperor has a bad temper. I'd better not stand out, in case I make her angry." Since Longchen was a child, even the young masters and young ladies of some small martial arts families were extremely arrogant, not to mention the daughter of the supreme ruler of the 10,000 worlds. If she was not disciplined and developed a pampered character from a young age, it would be a disaster for anyone. After all, Di Jun was the leader of the gods in the dragon sacrifice. No one dared to go against him. So, even the Divine King of Hell had a helpless smile on his face. It didn't take long for them to return to the divine city of Hell. Before they got close, several divine soldiers were thrown out with swollen faces. They looked very embarrassed. Divine King. Seeing the godly King of Hell, the godly soldiers and godly generals acted as if they had seen their savior. They hurriedly hid behind the godly King of Hell. Seeing them like this, the other gods couldn't help but shiver. They took a few steps back, leaving the godly King of Hell alone. Longchen also took a few steps back and hid in the crowd, watching the show with the attitude of a spectator. Before, these deities were all noble and arrogant, yet now they were cowering. The difference between before and after was too great. It was extremely laughable. He and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. Both of them had a tacit understanding that this kind of woman was the worst person to offend. God King of Hell. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice rang out from within the Hell God City. It could be heard that this woman was extremely angry. She had been in a high position for a long time, and just saying these words made people feel as if they were in hell. A golden light appeared in front of everyone. The other deities all retreated in unison, lowering their heads in fear and trepidation. Their dignity in front of the masses was swept away, and all the arrogance of the deities was suppressed by this young lady in front of them. Longchen didn't know much about the past of this daughter of the Divine Emperor, so he didn't feel much. He secretly took a glance and was a little shocked. He had to admit that this daughter of the Divine Emperor was truly stunning. To be honest, when a person's appearance belonged to the level of perfection, it was very difficult to distinguish who was superior. However, some people were different. Although they clearly had the same appearance, because of their identity, status, temperament, and other factors, they forged a different kind of beauty. Some people could even turn the world upside down. It was unforgettable at first sight, and even yearned for it day and night. Lingxi, Li Xuanji, Shui Lanyan, and so on were all such peerless beauties. They were the most enchanting and enchanting people in the world. Obtaining one was already amazing luck. As for the daughter of Divine Emperor Di Jun, this status and bloodline were destined to create the most unique enchanting girl in front of him. Her beauty was also unparalleled in the world. However, different from Lingxi's ethereal and quiet beauty, Li Xuanji's cold and enchanting beauty, and Shui Lanyan's enchanting beauty, the girl in front of him was a noble beauty. In this noble beauty, there was also strength, dominance, and sharpness, which made people revere her. They didn't dare to look directly at her, let alone size her up. Long Chen only took a glance and was shocked in his heart. He silently lowered his head. From the first time he saw her, Long Chen understood that he had been too optimistic. Although she was the daughter of Divine Emperor Jun, she was definitely not as easy to deal with as his son. In his memory, this girl wore a long golden dress that fluttered in the wind. There were many jewels and accessories on her body, which were all made of treasures of chaos. Just the long dress alone was already inestimable. Whether it was her appearance or her figure, they were very perfect. Although she looked young, her figure was delicate and impeccable. The most memorable thing about her was her golden eyes that always burned with flames, her long golden hair, and the golden bird mark between her eyebrows. Although she wore a golden dress, she didn't look imposing. Instead, she was as delicate and charming as Lingxi. As for strength, this was the only thing that made Long Chen feel relieved. It seemed that this little divine emperor made the god king of hell afraid, not because of her strength, but because of her status and temper. Although she was the daughter of Divine Emperor Jun, she should be around the great essence spirit realm. In other words, she was a great perfection realm divine monarch. Among the gods present, there were many who were stronger than her. As soon as this girl came out, the gods all greeted her. The little divine emperor came in a threatening manner. When she arrived in front of the god king of hell, she pursed her lips and said, "I'm going crazy. This broken place isn't fun at all. It's only so big, and I've already played around in less than 2 years. I want to leave this place. Give me my golden one divine worship. Hurry up." Listening to her voice and words, she should still have a child's personality. It was indeed rare for someone to have such a playful heart after becoming a god. Long Chen looked up and took a few glances. The biggest feeling in his heart was that although this girl, whether it was appearance, status, or temperament, was a woman at the top of the myriad worlds. She was the desire of countless people. But this domineering aura should give many headaches. The god king of hell smiled awkwardly and said, replying to little divine emperor, "The god king ordered that you must not leave this place before he returns. This little god is only listening to the god king's orders. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to stop you. If I let you leave this place, the god king would definitely turn me into ashes." This little divine emperor was called Biyao. She seemed to be the daughter of Divine Emperor Jun and another mysterious god king. This was what the god king of hell told Long Chen before. Of course, even the god king of hell himself didn't know who the other god king was. Hearing the god king of hell's words, Biyao became furious. Her eyes almost spat out flames as she said angrily, "You are afraid that he will kill you, but aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Die." As she said that, she really attacked. The gods were startled and scattered, leaving one after another. Long Chen also took the opportunity to escape. Looking up, the little divine emperor Biyao was already attacking. As expected of the daughter of a god king, Long Chen couldn't clearly see the laws she used. In any case, she was very strong. She definitely had many superior resources compared to the other gods. After all, her parents were not only Divine Emperor Jun, but the other one was also a supreme character in the myriad worlds. The deities were very worried, even trembling with fear. Although this little god emperor's beauty was enough to make all living things go crazy, and her high status made many people yearn for her. If they could obtain her favor, they would be destined to achieve meteoric success. However, her domineering, and unruly nature caused the deities to completely give up on this idea. Even in the myriad worlds, not many people dared to express their love for her. In front of the gods, the beautiful woman attacked again and again. She didn't care about anything else. The gods could only protect the mortals below, while the god king of hell directly retreated, not retaliating. This battle only lasted for a short while before Biyao stopped. Her face was filled with spirit energy as she sneered, "I can't kill you, but I can destroy this broken world you built. Let's see if you will take out the golden one divine worship." Hearing this, the gods who were originally protecting the mortals near the god king of hell scattered in confusion. No one dared to stand in front of her. Biyao laughed coldly. Her long skirt danced, faintly revealing the body of a goddess that caused people to fantasize. She descended from the sky, her hand already holding a sun-like flame as she smashed it towards the ground. If no one stopped her, it was estimated that hundreds of thousands of people would be buried under this attack of hers. Longchen didn't care much at first, but at this moment, she actually went too far. These people were all believers of Longchen's divine palace. They were his compatriots. In the eyes of Longchen, everyone was equal to him. He had never thought that the gods were high and mighty, but clearly, Biyao didn't understand this point. Hence, when the gods were fleeing in panic, he couldn't help but rush forward a few steps. However, he soon discovered that his actions were unnecessary. Clearly, the god king of hell wouldn't allow the little divine emperor to do so. Whoosh! He blocked in front of Biyao. With a movement of his rule power, the little divine emperor seemed to have lost all his strength. The sun-like flame in his hand was also swallowed up by a gray aura. This was truly a thrilling moment. Only when the god king of hell stopped the little divine emperor did the people below couldn't help but start fleeing. Longchen felt very uncomfortable when he saw this. To be honest, the return of the gods might be able to protect this world, but it also seemed that the people were unable to control their own fate. The gods were truly too powerful. In their eyes, living beings had always been just numbers. The god king of hell said seriously, "Little divine emperor, the divine emperor reckons that you will do this. Hence, he told me that if you do this, I will imprison you until he returns. He won't punish me in the slightest, but to be honest, I don't want to offend you at all. I hope that the little divine emperor won't make things difficult for this little god. How about it? Is that so?" Biyao was probably mad, but she wasn't as violent as before. Her smile became very cold as she said, "That's impossible. There will be a day when I won't let you off. Let me go." The last 3 words were practically enunciated one at a time. The god king of hell was very helpless. Chapter 26-20. Longchen simply raised his head and looked at the young girl. Upon closer inspection, the other party was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Her facial features were perfect and flawless, and when put together, they were even more magical and eye-catching, giving one a strong urge to conquer her. That's right, she had this kind of temperament. The more noble and proud she was, the more people wanted to slap her. Longchen's disgust for this woman stemmed from the fact that she had attacked all living beings in order to force the god king of hell. This meant that in her eyes, all living beings were like ants. If that was the case, what was the difference between such a woman and a primeval troll? On one hand, Longchen really didn't want to cause trouble, but it seemed that trouble had come knocking on his door. The main reason was probably because when Biyao attacked, Longchen subconsciously wanted to stop her, while the other gods didn't even have time to dodge. The other party's blazing gaze was directed at Longchen, causing Longchen's skin to turn charred. The other party possessed the purest godly spirit power and was likely proficient in many types of nomological laws. His combat power was probably above that of an ordinary perfected stage divine lord. She said in a clear but cold voice, "Who are you? I've never seen you before. Also, were you trying to stop me just now?" The God King of Hell had already reached their side. He was probably very afraid of this young God Emperor, so he didn't dare to block Long Chen's way. Instead, he said, "Young God Emperor, he is, get lost." Biyao interrupted him with her eyes. Although she wasn't as strong as the God King of Hell, the aura and nobility of the daughter of a God Emperor did suppress the God King of Hell and shut him up. "I'll let you say it yourself." Biyao scrutinized Long Chen. Long Chen naturally understood that this woman was very angry. He just happened to bump into the muzzle of the gun. This time, it was probably going to be troublesome, but if she really attacked all living beings, and the God King of Hell didn't stop her, he really couldn't stand it. This was a matter of principle. So he didn't regret it. Now that things had come to this, being a yes man would only make this woman look down on him. Long Chen was very straightforward and said, "My name is Long Chen. As for what happened just now, all the living beings here are under my protection. I don't want them to be innocently killed." Biyao tilted her head, and her killing intent lessened significantly. She asked doubtfully, "Long Chen? Such a familiar name. You must be a native of this place. By the way, I remember now. They said that the person who defeated more than 40 primeval troll, including the era heavenly demon who was as powerful as my father, was you. Native." This form of address really made Long Chen uncomfortable. He didn't think too much about it. Biyao didn't seem to care about him stopping her anymore. Instead, she was curious about his identity, so he said, "It is indeed me. I grew up here. All the living beings here are my compatriots. I was anxious just now and didn't think things through. The little god sovereign must have just wanted to scare the God King of Hell. Naturally, he wouldn't really attack all living beings. I was overthinking things." Biyao was a little embarrassed by Long Chen's words. She said, "You're right. I'm not a cruel and merciless person. Since you're a native here, you should be very familiar with this place. Come and play with me. Bring me to see if there are any fun places in this broken down place." Long Chen didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Native? Bring her to play? She was a very dangerous person. The closer he got, the more dangerous it would be. Although her beauty could make many deities infatuated, her danger was even more terrifying. If he angered her even a little bit, it would be troublesome. "What? You still dare to be unwilling?" The flames in Biyao's eyes burned again. The God King of Hell hurriedly reminded Long Chen. If Long Chen objected at this time, her anger would be ignited again, and it would definitely be more troublesome. If he could let Long Chen play with her for a few days and make her happy, it could also be considered a meritorious deed. Long Chen nodded and said, "It is indeed my honor to have the honor of introducing Dragon Sacrificial Continent to Little God Sovereign." Although he said so, in fact, he was already having a headache. "In that case, come with me." Biyao was swift and decisive. She directly pulled Long Chen's arm and forcefully pulled Long Chen out. But very quickly, Biyao listened and said with a frown, "There are other people in your Scandinavia. Let them go out. I don't like other people following me." At this time, Mo Xiaolang had already caught up. He was also having a headache. Long Chen opened Scandinavia and let Soi Eon follow Mo Xiaolang. He said to them, "You guys go back to massacre Dragon City first. I'll go back in a few days." Although Mo Xiaolang was worried about Long Chen, Biyao's temper was really bad. She shouldn't be a person that could be negotiated. He could only listen to Long Chen. He could see that although this girl had a bad temper, she was just a little girl. Long Chen should be able to handle her. There's still one more. Biyao glared at Long Chen. Lingxi was pregnant. Long Chen had to have her by his side to be at ease. He insisted, "Don't worry, she's very tired. She's resting now. She won't disturb me from bringing Little God Sovereign around." Little God Sovereign said, all right, all right. Don't talk nonsense. Also, don't call me little god sovereign. It's so unpleasant. Call me princess. She didn't continue to fuss about Lingxi. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, under his insistence, the other party would forcefully demand it again. That would be troublesome. Hell God King heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at Long Chen and Diyao leaving, he shook his head and said, "It's been hard on Long Chen. This kid has a temper. If the two of them were to quarrel, it would be troublesome. I hope Long Chen can let little god sovereign have fun. Otherwise, it'll be another disaster." Hell God King clearly remembered when little god sovereign was enraged. The disaster caused at that time was still fresh in his memory. Looking back, Mo Xiaolang had already left with Soyan. They run so fast. Devilwa? Hee hee. Honestly speaking, Long Chen really didn't know what Diyao liked to play. Although he grew up in Dragon Sacrifice Continent, he was only familiar with the 3 Emperor domains and the Eternal God domain. Long Chen, where are you taking me? Is it fun? After leaving Hell God King City, the two headed east. Diyao faced the scorching sun and asked excitedly. Follow me. You'll know when we get there. That was all Long Chen could say. Right now, he was thinking of a way as he walked. Lingxi was also thinking with him. Lingxi said, "This girl is really noisy. So annoying." Long Chen said, "There's no other way. We can only let her have fun. Only then can we escape. I'll think of a way to tease her." Not to mention her own strength, which was enough to crush Long Chen, the power behind her was even more unreachable for Long Chen. To be honest, before the return of the gods, Long Chen was a big shot in the world. But now, in front of the gods, he seemed insignificant. To this little god sovereign, he was just a native. Long Chen didn't think that his words would make Diyao even more interested. Her eyes bloomed with a charming light, full of excitement, and said, "Really? I'm really looking forward to it. Where are you taking me? If it's not fun, I'll cut off your head." She was like a playful child, dancing around happily. Under the sunlight, she was especially dazzling. If one were to disregard her pampered personality, she would indeed be an enchanting woman. She had a temperament similar to Ling Xi's, and that was the purity she was displaying at this moment. But this was only a part of her. Her body and mind were dominated by another kind of character. That was the domineering and strong nature cultivated by her identity and status. Long Chen couldn't help but have a headache. She was already looking forward to it. How could he deal with her? La 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 la, la la la. The girl shrouded in gold was like a golden bird under the sun, happy and pure. Whoosh! Behind her, a pair of huge golden wings appeared. Compared to this pair of wings, her body was very petite. Those golden wings gave Long Chen a great sense of danger. Obviously, this was not Di Jun's bloodline, but from another god sovereign. Long Chen, let's compete to see who is faster. If you lose, I'll break one of your arms. She suddenly turned around and said to Long Chen excitedly. Damn! A competition was a competition, but she still wanted to bet an arm. It could be seen that her character was cruel. Perhaps to her, abusing others was normal. Long Chen said no more and directly used his fastest speed to rush toward the east. Looking at Long Chen's desperate appearance, Diyao couldn't help but let out a bell-like laughter. Her golden wings flapped, and she quickly overtook Long Chen. Little native, you're too slow. Quickly catch up to me. A golden light flashed, and Diyao disappeared in the blink of an eye. Long Chen was putting his life on the line. This woman was too crazy. He had no choice but to use all of his skills to accelerate time. Only then did he gradually catch up. Diyao flapped her golden wings and flew around Long Chen. She flapped her golden wings and flew around Long Chen. Long Chen's serious expression made her extremely excited. She enjoyed the feeling of teasing others. She was absolutely faster than Long Chen. She kept saying, "You're really slow. Be careful of your arm. It won't be long before your arm leaves you." Long Chen knew that she would definitely be faster, so he said, "We must have a finish line before we can compete." "Say a destination," Biyao said. "There's a black dragon head in the east. Let's take that as the destination." "Okay." The woman fluttered around Long Chen like a bird, laughing incessantly. Just looking at her now, she was quite beautiful. Free and pure. If only she could always look like this, Lingxi said with a headache. Don't think too much. Her personality is nurtured by countless habits. Her status is so high that no one can affect her. As long as Di Jun exists, she can't change. Long Chen was very clear. Therefore, he was very careful when facing this woman. He wouldn't be fooled by her current facade. Everything she said was true. If Long Chen lost to her, she would definitely make a move. To them, it didn't take long to go from the westernmost part of the dragon god domain to the easternmost part. Biyao didn't use her top speed. Instead, she kept circling around Long Chen, teasing Long Chen while laughing happily. To her, it was very funny that Long Chen was still inferior to her even with his full strength. "I saw the black jade dragon head. See you. Get an arm ready." Biyao was incomparably excited. She was ready to speed up and surpass Long Chen to win. She had always won since she was young. She had never lost, nor did she ever think that she might lose. But at this time, Long Chen had been suppressing for a long time. In just an instant, he activated the chaotic sea of time to the maximum and instantly transformed into a dragon. While suppressing his opponent's speed, his mystical dragon body grew bigger and bigger. In an instant, he was above the black jade dragon's head. Chapter 26-21. When the divine dragon's body disappeared, Long Chen was already standing on the black jade dragon head. At this time, Biyao had also just arrived. Although the two of them arrived at about the same time, if one really wanted to compare who arrived first, it should be Long Chen who arrived first. He turned and cupped his hands. "My apologies, I arrived first. Princess, it seems like you can't take my arm." Biyao was standing behind him, her anger soaring to the heavens. A powerful divine sovereign's might rushed over. That pair of golden wings of hers spread open, each of them flickering with a blade-like radiance, sharp and full of tearing power. "You're shameless. I should have arrived first. Your speed is inferior to mine, yet you actually dared to make fun of me. You're really gutsy." Biyao was so angry that she was trembling. The twin peaks on her chest were also trembling slightly. If one ignored the killing intent that could erupt at any time, this appearance was actually quite cute. Long Chen had already expected that she would be difficult to deal with. He said, "Princess, earlier you only said that we would compare whose speed is faster, and whoever reaches the black jade dragon head first shall be the standard. You didn't say anything else. Although I was opportunistic, that doesn't mean that I arrived earlier than you. Since we set the rules, then we should play the game according to the rules. If we don't follow the rules, then the game won't be interesting at all." In truth, the other deities didn't even dare to reason with this little divine sovereign. Only Long Chen could face her so calmly. Hearing Long Chen's words, Biyao was startled. She suddenly felt that this was very interesting. She didn't expect that Long Chen was really so gutsy, unlike the other deities who were submissive in front of her. If Long Chen was also like that, she should feel that it was not interesting at all. However, her anger couldn't be avoided. She said, "You're good with words, but it's wrong to offend me. You have to slap yourself and apologize to me. Otherwise, I won't let you off. I won't take your arm, you win today." Needless to say, this fellow was really difficult to deal with. At this moment, Long Chen really hated her. She was self-righteous, rude, unreasonable, and simply impossible to communicate with. However, if he continued to go against her, it would only become more troublesome. Long Chen knew that this was already the bottom line she could bear. In any case, she had to gain the upper hand. Lingxi didn't know what to do. She was very angry. Of course, she didn't like the man she liked being forced by another woman to let him slap her. This was a loss of dignity. Hurry up and fight. Biyao grew impatient. Long Chen was too unyielding, making her noble heart feel somewhat uncomfortable. A man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. Some suppression, in reality, could be resolved in a roundabout way. For example, at this moment, Long Chen lightly touched his face with his palm. "I'm sorry, there won't be a next time." Seeing him finish with a smile, although it was just for show, at least Biyao had a way out. She giggled and said, "You're really interesting. When I asked others to slap themselves, they all wanted nothing more than to slap themselves to death. On the other hand, you wanted to bluff your way out of this. However, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bicker with you. This girl is too spoiled and lacks discipline. If she had a father who was a divine emperor, she would have been killed long ago. Sooner or later, she would be taught a proper lesson for her spoiled and rude behavior." In Long Chen's eyes, she was just a child. Since young, she had been high and mighty. No one dared to rebel against her, which was why she was like this now. The reason why she didn't pursue the matter with Long Chen was only because she felt that Long Chen was interesting. Her methods were truly endless, and Long Chen was dazzled just by watching. This is the space regulations, flame regulations. What kind of regulations are these? They're actually so mystical. Under Biyao's continuous attacks, when she displayed the third type of regulations, Long Chen was slightly stunned. The third type of regulations was extremely mysterious, and even he couldn't clearly see what it was. However, it was extremely terrifying. It should have originated from that mysterious mother of hers. "I don't believe that there's really something I can't destroy in this lousy world that relies on eternal Oriot. Break." After attacking continuously for close to an hour, Biyao unleashed all her skills and caused a huge commotion, causing the land within a radius of 500 kilometers to collapse. In the end, she even took out a destinable artifact, but she still couldn't move the black jade dragon head at all. This made Long Chen even more aware of the mysteriousness of the black jade dragon head. Right now, Biyao was undoubtedly stronger than Long Qinglan. Long Qinglan couldn't destroy it, and neither could Biyao. This further demonstrated the mysteriousness of the black jade dragon head. If there were no surprises, the destinable artifact that Biyao used should be of the Genesis grade. This was already the limit of her strength. It was a golden sword that seemed to be formed from 9 suns. When Biyao used it, flames soared into the sky, and it was impossible to see clearly. After bombarding for a long time, she finally stopped. What made Long Chen heave a sigh of relief was that although she was panting, her face was still quite excited. It was obvious that she was very interested in the interesting place that Long Chen had mentioned. "This is really fun. I didn't expect there to be such a strange thing here. I must break it and see what's inside." After attacking for such a long time, she was a little tired, and landed on the black jade dragon head. Long Chen came to her side, and said, "Princess, my mission should be completed, right? Can you let me go first?" Biyao glared at him, and said, "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't you like being with me? Aren't you different from others? Aren't you not afraid of me at all? I don't have anyone else to accompany me, so you can't leave. Also, I want you to accompany me to other places, at least to the end of this lousy place." Long Chen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. In the beginning, he had only searched for this place to complete the mission, but now that this guy had tasted it, he didn't want to let Long Chen go even more. So tired, after scolding him, Biyao said, "Sit down, I have something to tell you." Although Long Chen wasn't in the mood to accompany this pampered princess, he had to consider the bigger picture. He had no choice but to endure it. He gritted his teeth, sat beside Biyao, and said, "Princess, Please tell me if you have any instructions. Biyao stared at him. From her eyes, she was still high and mighty, treating Long Chen as a native who played with her. She suddenly said, I saw you defeat the martial god. I want you to help me with something. She actually wanted his help. Long Chen had an ominous premonition as he said, Princess, what do you want me to do? Biyao's eyes were ferocious as she said through gritted teeth, I want you to help me kill someone. She's the black ice goddess. She's quite pretty, and she seduces men everywhere. She's very scheming. She only has the strength of a primordial realm divine lord. You can kill her. Long Chen was very surprised. She was so arrogant, yet she wanted him to help her kill someone. Wasn't this using someone else to do her dirty work? She was clearly using him as a tool. If he followed her orders and killed the Black Ice Goddess, the Infernal God Kings and Radiant God Kings would definitely not let him off. In her eyes, he was just a native. However, this only made the woman insatiable. Long Chen had even dared to send an epic sky fiend into the death world. If he was forced into a corner, he wouldn't care about such nonsense. This woman had to be cured. Therefore, at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. He said solemnly, Princess, you can let me play with you, but I won't kill you. I'm not a fool, and I don't want to be used as a tool. What? She felt that even if Long Chen would refuse, he wouldn't have such a strong reaction. She had never met someone who went against her will like this. She was instantly engulfed in killing intent. She stared at Long Chen, who was right in front of her, and said, What did you say? Say it again. Chapter 26-22. Biyao's beautiful eyes were gradually drowned in anger. Her snow-white face trembled slightly, and her red lips revealed her tightly clenched teeth. She suppressed her anger and said, Sit down. After being played by Long Chen like this, she was so angry that she almost cried. She had never experienced such a burning feeling before. Long Chen could not be bothered with her. Although he did not have the ability to deal with her now, it would not be so easy for her to kill him. As for the godly king of hell, he had a way to explain. If the godly king of hell asked him why he had angered Biyao, he would tell him that Biyao had asked him to kill the profound ice goddess. He believed that the godly king of hell would make a decision. Whoosh. He did not expect Biyao to attack directly. Of course, it was not a rule attack, but a scuffle. She grabbed Long Chen's hands and pressed him down on the black jade dragon's head. Her slender body sat on Long Chen's body, and the vast power of her divine lord body pressed down on him. That huge power was enough to tear mountains and rivers, heaven and earth, and almost made Long Chen unable to move. I told you to sit down. Did you hear me? Biyao was like an incomparably huge mountain pressing down on him. That terrifying weight almost caused his body to change shape, and his hands were clamped down tightly. Most importantly, the Genesis God Spirit power on her body completely suppressed Long Chen's God Spirit source power. For a moment, Long Chen was really suppressed. Biyao bit her pink lower lip. Her emotions were very volatile, and she was very strange. Long Chen's resistance made her momentarily confused, and she did not know what to do. She said, I have already told you about the profound ice goddess. You already know, so you have to kill her. Otherwise, I will definitely be afraid that you will leak it, and I will definitely kill you. Either choose to die, or choose to kill her. Choose quickly. As she spoke, she increased her strength. Although a beautiful woman was straddling him in an ambiguous position with her plump buttocks sticking close to his body, Long Chen still felt the threat of death. If not for the fire of life, his hands would have been crushed by this violent woman. In the face of Biyao's coercion, he couldn't help but sneer. This woman couldn't hide the fact that she was just a little girl. Although she had strength, background, and other factors, Long Chen was confident that he could restrain her. He didn't reply. Instead, he coldly looked at Biyao. Under the pressure of her enormous strength, he struggled to straighten his upper body. Don't even think of moving. Biyao increased her strength. Although she had her life flame, she still managed to break Long Chen's hands. However, that didn't stop Long Chen from puffing out his chest. His eyes drew closer and closer to Biyao's. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of each other. If you want to knock me with your head, I'll knock you to death. Biyao's eyes widened. She swung her head, ruthlessly smashing it into Long Chen's. In such a situation, it was a contest of physique. Biyao's physique was incomparably tough, and in this aspect, she was superior to Long Chen. Instantly, Long Chen felt dizzy from the impact. Quickly agree. I'll give you one last chance. If not, your hands will leave your body. Two golden flames shot out from Biyao's eyes, burning on Long Chen's body. Her waist strength was immense, and her legs clamped down on Long Chen's waist, locking him firmly onto the black jade dragon's head. What replied her was Long Chen straightening his upper body once again. From Long Chen's gaze, what she saw was not submission, but stubbornness, contempt. He actually dared to look down on her. This caused Biyao to be completely enraged. Indeed, she did have a favorable impression of Long Chen, but at this moment, that impression was completely extinguished. However, Long Chen had slightly underestimated her strength. Her golden wings reappeared, and in an instant, she traveled tens of thousands of miles. In the blink of an eye, she had caught up to Long Chen. With a whoosh, she stopped. The threat of death loomed over Long Chen. He looked up and saw that Biyao's eyes were bloodshot. Because of the violent collision, even her lips were a little torn. She must have been enraged to the extreme for her to be so silent now. Seeing her like this, Long Chen suddenly realized that this couldn't have been her first kiss. He hoped that wasn't the case. Otherwise, he'd probably never be able to escape from her in this life. Previously, he had no other choice but to escape, so he didn't think too much about it. She stopped in front of Long Chen, her killing intent thick and heavy. Finally, a destinable divine weapon appeared in her hand. It was a golden two-handed greatsword. She flapped her golden wings and gripped the greatsword with both hands. The blade was made of countless stars, and there were 9 scorching fireballs on it. The heat it released was no different from the sun in the sky. The 9 blazing suns swirled around the sword. She raised both swords with both hands, and they lit up the entire eastern star region. Even the eternal god domain trembled under the light. You will pay a terrible price for your sinful behavior today. Biyao's voice was filled with viciousness, ruthlessness, and negative emotions. Her hands were trembling as she gripped the destinable divine weapon. The murderous intent of death was firmly locked onto Long Chen. Trouble was always like this. There was no way to avoid it. Long Chen had to admit that if he didn't act now, he would really be killed. He had even survived the era demon, so he wasn't worried about Biyao. He just didn't want to face Dijun. But there was no turning back now. Little she, lend me a hand. The threads of 3 lifetimes connected the two of them, and all their power gathered together. A black spirit sword in his left hand and a white plain sword in his right appeared in his hands. This was his peak state when he fought the era demon, but he didn't have the will of the masses to support him. He couldn't explode with that kind of power, but he might have a chance to fight Biyao head-on. In terms of power, regardless of whether it was the spirit sword or the plain sword, they were probably above the other party's creation-level destination-level divine tool. This was Long Chen's advantage, and his disadvantage was naturally his divine source energy. He was worlds apart from his opponent, and only by becoming a true god and cultivating the boundless divine technique could he make up for this gap. When it was time to act, Long Chen wouldn't hesitate. He activated all the power in his body. Half entered the spirit sword, and the other half entered the plain sword. The power of time was activated, and instantly, just like the other party's destinable divine weapon, it swept through the heavens and earth, and even faster and fiercer. At this moment, Long Chen's eyes were illusory, but they were serious and persistent, without a trace of respect or flattery. This was a pair of eyes filled with willpower, determination, and indomitable will. Biyao had never seen this before. This was a pair of eyes that could shock her. The battles and death-like challenges she had experienced were far inferior to Long Chen's. Only someone like Long Chen, who had struggled on the edge of death countless times, could have such astonishing willpower. It was as if in front of him, even death was nothing. Before the other party's 9-star Emperor sword could be used, Long Chen's 2 swords erupted. The power of time rupture perfectly fused with the Godslayer sword chi and soul-shattering sword chi, forming 2 beams of sword chi that soared into the sky. Biyao was shocked, and with a sweep of her sword, layers of blazing suns erupted from the 9-star Emperor sword. The 9-headed golden bird rushed out, covering the sky and protecting her. At the same time, it advanced towards Long Chen. With 1 sword attack, Long Chen was completely exhausted. The willpower of the masses was still frantically replenishing him, but it seemed that it would be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. He hadn't become a god, and using 2 swords at this moment was too difficult. Of course, time rupture still played a huge role. That was Long Chen's full power. The 9-headed divine bird was destroyed by time rupture, and Biyao herself also lost a portion of her strength. The 9-star Emperor sword left her hand, and she retreated more than 100 li. Her power dissipated, and she almost fainted. But after persevering, her remaining strength still surpassed Long Chen's. The only thing Long Chen lacked now was power. He needed the power of a god to have a chance of defeating Biyao. But now, it seemed that he couldn't, but he was enough to scare this little girl. She had never seen such a terrifying power of time before, and she couldn't resist it. It directly caused her to fall from her peak state to a weakened state. At this time, even if Long Chen had Imo Shaolang by his side, she probably wouldn't be able to hold on. In this world, who would dare to attack her? So today, she had experienced 2 things that she had never experienced in her life. One was a rough kiss, and the other was a rough attack. Both were terrible, but she couldn't forget them. She would probably remember Long Chen even in death. Long Chen sheathed his 2 swords, took a deep breath, and stared at Biyao with a forced calmness. If she attacked now, it would be over. Fortunately, Biyao should have been frightened by him. Her expression was lifeless, and her gaze was very complicated as she looked at Long Chen. It seemed that she was very hateful, but there was also a trace of reverence. Chapter 26-23. Fortunately, Biyao didn't follow up. Her complicated gaze gradually turned indifferent and cold. Finally, she said, "This is the last time. Don't provoke me again. Otherwise, even if the god of hell doesn't kill you, my father will personally take your life. If he knows what you just did." With that, she put away the 9-star Emperor sword and passed by Long Chen. She turned into a golden light and instantly disappeared from Long Chen's sight. Long Chen really didn't expect that she would really let him go. Being caught by this woman today was a disaster in itself. To be able to get through this safely was already lucky. At the very least, he wasn't injured at all. This was already a great thing. After all, not everyone could withstand a woman like this. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that his previous action of escaping was indeed a bit rash. However, this was the only way to deal with this woman. He wasn't worried about getting into a relationship. A person like this who was at the level of a divine emperor princess wouldn't be interested in him. He didn't want anyone to know that he had been taken advantage of. However, he still had to be on guard against her in the future. I still have to become a god as soon as possible. Otherwise, she can kill me without anyone knowing. Although the return of the gods brought stability to all living beings and the world, there were more and more factors that made Long Chen feel uneasy. "I've still underestimated you." At this time, this voice suddenly came from behind. Long Chen really didn't know that this god king of hell had been following him all this time. Long Chen looked back and saw that the god king of hell was looking at him with a smile. Although it was a smile, there was a feeling that made people's hair stand on end. Greetings, God King. This person in front of him was even more terrifying than Biyao. What was in his head, Longchen really had no way of knowing. For example, why did he value him more than others? The God King of Hell waved his hand and said, I'd better get to the point. I've seen what happened today. Although you did it out of helplessness, it was also intentional. As the young divine emperor said, if this matter were to be known by her father, you'd be dead. Longchen didn't say anything. Silence was his best response. The godly king of hell continued, however, you were able to figure out her thoughts and knew that she wouldn't say much. You're quite smart. To you, today was indeed a calamity. If you dissatisfied her even a little bit, she might have killed you. However, your last move was decisive and straightforward. You successfully intimidated her and left a deep impression in her heart. Longchen, tell me, you're not thinking of using underhanded means to win this little girl's love, so that you can become the son-in-law of the godly emperor and achieve meteoric success, right? Longchen knew he would say that, so he hurriedly said, you're thinking too much. Today, I'm just trying to save my life. Besides, I have a family, a wife, and a son. Besides, in my eyes, all beings are equal. I'll respect the strong, but I'm not a slave, and I don't have to bow down to them. Just like you said, the young divine emperor is just a willful girl, and in my eyes, she's the same. After hearing this, the God King of Hell laughed and said, all right, don't worry. The reason why she didn't personally kill the profound ice goddess is because she killed the divine emperor's subordinates before and was imprisoned for many years. Now, she naturally doesn't dare to do it herself. You're a member of my dragon sacrifice pantheon, so she can't kill you. It's just that you've offended the young divine emperor. You'll suffer in the future. She's the most troublesome person. Even if she doesn't kill you, she'll make you suffer for the rest of your life. Longchen smiled. He wasn't even afraid of the Era Heavenly Devil, so he might not be afraid of a little girl. At this time, the God King of Hell was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped and said, I just thought of something. Please speak, godly king, said Longchen. The God King of Hell looked towards the east and said, these days, the divine soldiers and generals of our human race have found an ancient mystery land in the eastern star region. It seems to have been left behind from before the primordial age. After tens of millions of years, the entrance has finally revealed itself. I'm preparing to bring a portion of the divine spirits in. Of course, the divine spirits of the demon race, the marine race, and the witch race have also received the same news. So, when the time comes, they'll enter the ancient mystery land together. There will be about 50 divine spirits. In the east. The ancient mystery land. Longchen was stunned. He thought to himself, could it be the Origin Dragon Palace? If it was, then it was a little bad. That place should have been discovered by him, but now it was discovered by the other divine spirits. Although they all belonged to the same world, to him, that place recorded the secrets of the divine dragons. If the other divine spirits went there, they would definitely destroy something. If it was the Origin Dragon Palace, then it could only be said that their luck was too bad. Now, they could only hope that the ancient mystery land they found was not the Origin Dragon Palace. He probed, Godly King, what kind of place is this ancient mystery land and what's its name? The God King of Hell rolled his eyes and said, no one has entered it before. How would I know? In about 10 days, I'll call for you to gather. Call your brother too. After all, you're more familiar with this place than I am. Go back now. Longchen nodded. Now that the other divine spirits had discovered the ancient mystery land, there would definitely be people guarding there. Even if he went earlier, there was nothing he could do. He could only go back first, lest Yang Yu and the rest worry about him. I'll go first. Remember to be careful of the little god emperor. Don't let her hate you in the end. The God King of Hell smiled and disappeared instantly. His strength was so strong that Longchen could only look at his back. Longchen headed west. In the blink of an eye, he landed at the Dragon City of Life. The Dragon City of Life on the Sea of Life used to be one of the 5 holy lands. But now that the divine spirits had returned, the 5 great dragon cities were no longer so fascinating. Now, the place that everyone yearned for was the ancient city of the 72 divine descendants. Long Chen was a little annoyed about the little god emperor and the ancient mystery land. He exchanged a few words with the 3 dragon emperors before returning to the Slaughter Dragon City. Yang Yu and the rest were waiting for Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen had returned safely, Mo Xiaolang and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Big brother, that woman didn't hurt you, right? Mo Xiaolang really hated Biyao. It's nothing big. Long Chen didn't want them to worry about him. He said a few words to make the dragon emperors and Yang Yu feel at ease. Is the return of the divine spirits good or bad for us? Mo Xiaolang couldn't help but ask. This question, the violent blood dragon emperor smiled and said, at least this world has changed. This is a good thing. If the dragon sacrificial continent can become better, it's nothing for us to suffer some personal grievances and tribulations. He said what was in Long Chen's heart, and also pointed out the direction for Long Chen. That's right. As long as these trillions of lives were better than before, with someone protecting them, his personal grievances were nothing. After chatting for a while, Long Chen returned to the Crimson Dragon Palace. Ever since he returned to the dragon sacrificial world, Kitten couldn't be bothered to stay in his god nation. He had already run off to God knows where. Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan naturally followed him. Big brother, you're very weak. You must have used the spiritual sword and plain sword to fight with that woman. Mo Xiaolang asked in a deep voice. Long Chen nodded and said, she's fine. However, there's something else. Long Chen told Mo Xiaolang about the news regarding the ancient mystery realm. Mo Xiaolang nodded and said, right now, we can't be sure if it's the Origin Dragon Palace. We can only wait and see. When the time comes, we just have to be careful. We don't want to get anything, just don't cause any big trouble. However, there are some words that I have to say. Seeing that he had some thoughts, Long Chen said, go ahead. Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan looked at each other and said resolutely, Big brother, the reason why the dragon sacrificial continent still exists today is because you risked your life to save it from the hands of the primeval troll. You're the greatest hero here. If they really were the previous masters of this place, they should be more grateful to you and not act high and mighty. Especially that little god emperor, he's condescending and doesn't care about you at all. Now, the 72 god cities are arrogant and despotic. The experts have already stationed themselves in the dragon sacrificial continent, and the various gods have already divided the dragon sacrificial continent. I feel that this might not be a good thing. They care more about ruling than protecting. They're different from you. The problems Mo Xiaolang mentioned were naturally clear to Long Chen. He said, I understand. Although they are all seniors and it's necessary to respect them, I'm not stupid. This is still an era where strength speaks. If I want to have the right to speak, then we must be stronger than them. Therefore, before we surpass them, we have to keep our mouths shut. Understood. Mo Xiaolang was worried that Long Chen would be too loyal to them and forget about him. But Long Chen obviously didn't have such a thought. At this time, Long Chen narrowed his eyes and said, besides, it's still unclear whether they are our real seniors or not. He recalled the god corpse in the deity sea and the word native. If Biyao was a willful little girl, then her truest form of address wouldn't be fake. Mo Xiaolang understood tacitly. It wasn't easy for the two of you to meet. It's about time for you two to get married. Do you have any plans? Long Chen asked. After all, they had paid a price that was close to death to be able to stand together this time. After hearing Long Chen's words, the two of them were embarrassed and blushed. They probably hadn't prepared for this. Long Chen smiled and said, after returning from that ancient mystery realm, let's make some plans. Soi Yan is my sister. You can't just do whatever you want. Bring your sister and father here when you have time. You definitely want to reunite with them, right? Soyan's eyes glistened with tears and she couldn't help but nod. I'll leave this matter to you, Longchen said to Mo Xiaolang. Then the two of them left. Longchen closed his eyes and began to recover. I'm just a hair's breadth away from the great trial of gods and demons. Once I become a god, I'll probably be able to use the spiritual sword. If I have a Genesis-level boundless technique, my power will almost double, and I'll definitely be able to control it more flexibly. At this moment, he realized that he desperately needed power. To become a true god and reach the true dragon realm, then go to the Origin Dragon Palace and explore the secrets of the divine dragons. That was the most intense desire in his heart. After 3 days, his power had completely recovered and also improved slightly. Longchen stood up and suddenly heard some noise from the 3 Dragon Emperor's side. He hurried over. Everyone was here, including Eternal Dragon City's Eternal Knight Dragon Emperor. Chapter 26-24. In the southern Eternal Dragon City's Sea of Time, Eternal Dragon City, which had been quiet for 2 years, was now bustling with activity. After the return of the gods, all the dragon warriors of the 5 major dragon cities had retreated to their base camp for the past 2 years. Due to the descent of the eternal incandescent stone, although the dragon emperors had long been on the verge of becoming gods and could not become gods, the other dragon warriors of the 5 major dragon cities had made rapid progress. For example, Blue Fire Emperor had been promoted to Dragon Emperor in a short period of time. Although the 5 major dragon cities were secluded, they were still unprecedentedly powerful under the nourishment of the creation aura. However, in the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants, except for the few cities in the center that were protected by the 2 god kings, the other cities were protected by their respective gods. Occasionally, they would use some treasures from the infinite worlds to force their descendants to advance, and the results were quite good. At least, every city had basically created a 9-palace tribulation powerhouse. For the gods, this was not a difficult task. Of course, they could not create gods, and all the eternal god realms remained below the threshold of the gods. At this time, most of the dragon warriors of Eternal Dragon City had come out of seclusion and were guarding in front of Eternal Dragon City. There were about 100,000 dragon warriors, and their cultivation was above the 5 elements reincarnation tribulation realm. They were much stronger than 2 years ago. The Eternal Chaos Treasure, Eternal Incandescent Stone, had such a terrifying effect. However, opposite them was a larger group of people, almost all of whom were in the reincarnation tribulation realm. Their overall cultivation was not as good as the dragon warriors of Eternal Dragon City, but they had the advantage in numbers. Just from these 2 groups of people, one could see the great impact of the return of the gods and the eternal incandescent stone on the entire dragon sacrificial continent. This group of people was from the southern 9 Thunder Divine City. The 9 Thunder Divine City was located in the east of the war god Ancient City. They were the descendants of the 9 Thunder God, and were known as the 9 Thunder Clan. Their temper had been as fiery as thunder since ancient times, and it was even more vivid at this moment. The city lord of the 9 Thunder Divine City was called Lei Huang. 2 years ago, he was only in the 6 Paths Reincarnation Tribulation realm. However, ever since the arrival of the 9 Heaven Thunder God, he personally raised Lei Huang's strength to the half-step God realm, almost the same as Ling Huang. Of course, the Dragon Emperors had also reached this level. If Ling Huang hadn't died, he would definitely be stupefied. There were simply too many people who were as strong as him. The reason why Lei Huang had led the many descendants of the 9 Thunder Divine City to descend upon the Sea of Time was for the sake of this wonderful place. The Sea of Time's location was transcendent, and the amount of creation spirit energy it received was the most abundant in the entire southern part of the Dragon God domain. It was precisely because of this that the dragon martial artists of the Eternal Dragon City were able to progress extremely quickly even without the manipulation of the gods. However, Lei Huang did not care about this. Lei Huang was a bare-chested burly man. Purple lightning coiled around his entire body. His appearance was coarse, and his face was ferocious. However, His eyes were narrow like slits, exuding shrewdness and treachery. He had never imagined that he would one day possess such strength. Furthermore, with such an identity, he would be able to descend upon the eternal dragon city, which used to be a sacred place to him. At this moment, he once again raised his voice and warned, "All the dragon martial artists of the eternal dragon city, I will say it again. The God who rules us, our ancestor, the thunder god of the ninth heaven, values the sea of time. As the people of the gods, we should be incomparably grateful to the gods. It was them who transformed this world, saved this world, gave us a new home, and brought us great strength. It's not that I, Lei Huang, do not want to give face to the dragon martial artists. It's just that the thunder god of the ninth heaven really likes this place. As the people of the gods, we absolutely cannot let the gods down, am I right? Dragon martial artists, hurry up and leave this place. This world belongs to the gods. How can you occupy the land of the gods? Give up the sea of time." On the side of the Nine Thunder Divine City, all the people were talking non-stop. In their team, there were 3 lofty existences, all of them were gods. One was a god general, and the other 2 were god soldiers. These 3 gods were surrounded by violent lightning, suppressing the sky above the eternal dragon city. This was the majesty of a true god. Even a half-step god would find it hard to raise his head in front of this kind of pressure. At this moment, the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the Firmament Dragon Emperor had incomparably ugly expressions on their faces. If it was just the City Lord of the Nine Thunder Divine City, they wouldn't have put him in their eyes. They didn't expect that the other side would even send out a god. This despicable villain. Back then, he bowed and scraped in front of me. Now, he's actually so arrogant and despotic. He doesn't even put this old man in his eyes. Does he really think that with the return of the gods, he can be lawless? The Eternal Dragon Emperor was half dead with anger. The people of Nine Thunder Divine City immediately quarreled. More than 100,000 people cursed and were about to pounce. The people of Eternal Dragon City couldn't stand this. For a moment, both sides were at daggers drawn. Lei Huang continued to shout, "Quickly apologize to the 3 great gods and get lost. Do you know the consequences of angering the great gods? This is your last chance. Quickly kneel and beg for mercy." Following his words, the people of Nine Thunder Divine City pressed forward. Each of them flashed with lightning and were extremely fiery. They would probably attack with just one command. What do you think the consequences are? Just at this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air beside Lei Huang. With lightning speed, the figure grabbed Lei Huang's thick neck and lifted him up in his hand as he asked, enunciating each word clearly. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who was so bold to attack the City Lord of Nine Thunder Divine City in front of the gods? Who else could this young man be other than Long Chen? Lei Huang was about to curse and attack at the same time. But when he saw Long Chen's cold and bloodthirsty eyes, fear surged in his heart. In fact, before coming here, he had imagined a confrontation with Long Chen. But when he thought about the thunder god of the ninth heaven of Nine Thunder Divine City supporting him, he felt that he wouldn't be afraid of Long Chen. He didn't expect that he would piss in his pants and tremble after being pinched. I serve the will of the thunder god of the ninth heaven. Long Chen, if you dare to touch me, your end will be miserable. Lei Huang wailed like a ghost. Without saying a word, Long Chen tossed the beefy fellow away with a single hand. The beefy fellow smashed into the ground for over 10,000 meters. Given the sturdiness of the eternal celestial territory, Lei Huang would have lost most of his life after being buried deep underground. Who knew how long it would take for him to recover? Chapter 26-25. Your thunder god from the ninth heaven will be here soon. If there's a problem, I will solve it with him. As for the 3 of you, if you don't want to be unlucky, you'd better stay away from me. I don't have as much patience as you. When I was dealing with the primeval troll, I didn't hold back either. Long Chen turned his head and glanced at the divine general. One look was enough to make him retreat 1,000 meters. The other two divine soldiers of the primordial divine realm ran even further away. Of course, they were still unconvinced. The divine general said, "You're just a junior. You won't have a good ending if you go against us primordial divine spirits. Our boss will teach you a lesson you deserve." As soon as he finished speaking, lightning flashed in the east. Among them, 9 lightning bolts tore through heaven and earth. They were extremely domineering. They were 9 different colored lightning bolts. They were at least at the level of divine fire. Moreover, the destructive power of each lightning bolt surpassed that of an ordinary divine fire. Of course, divine fire and divine lightning were divided into different levels. Boom! The entire sea of time had been transformed into an endless pool of lightning. Dense bolts of lightning danced between heaven and earth. The 9 bolts of lightning burst forth and condensed into a young man with short, 9-colored hair in front of Long Chen. His body was surrounded by 9 types of divine lightning, and his eyes were constantly changing colors. His pupils were like balls of lightning, shooting out bolts of lightning. Under his control, the martial artists of Eternal Dragon City had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, they would definitely be injured by the lightning. Mo Xiaolang was also there. With his divine fire, the 9 lightning bolts couldn't hurt the Eternal Dragon City at all. Under the tense atmosphere, Long Chen confronted the Thunder God from the 9th heaven. He knew this guy and had seen him at the Hell Deity King's banquet. He was a primordial divine sovereign and had a good relationship with the martial god. He was very hostile to Long Chen. At this moment, when he saw Long Chen, his eyes shone brightly. He said angrily, "How dare you act so arrogantly with the help of a divine weapon of creation? As a divine spirit, you hurt my descendant. You don't respect me at all. Today, even if I have to go against the will of the Hell Deity King, I will seek justice for my descendant. Otherwise, how can I face my descendants? Without the 5 great dragon cities, your descendants would have gone extinct long ago. We didn't expect to be grateful for what we did, because this is our mission. Today, the gods have returned. You can change the world and protect it. We support all of you, but don't touch our last pure land. The Sea of Time is the land of the divine dragon's inheritance, not just anyone can take it away. I, Long Chen, am also a part of this place, and I live and die with it. So, don't try to steal it from us in the future." Long Chen's words expressed the helplessness of the martial artists of the 5 great dragon cities. For so many years, the 5 great dragon cities had done their best to protect the dragon god domain. They couldn't say anything when the gods had returned and regained control of the world. However, to steal their homeland was already crossing the line. They couldn't compromise. If they really wanted to fight, they couldn't back down even if they had to sacrifice their lives. This was their determination, and also their will. As for stealing the Sea of Time, it was actually Lei Huang's instigation. Thunder God didn't take the Eternal Dragon City seriously, so he casually agreed. He didn't expect the Eternal Dragon City to not give him face, and he also didn't expect Long Chen to fly into a rage and attack. If he could regret it, he would definitely beat Lei Huang up. But now that things had come to this, he couldn't just leave like that. Otherwise, he would lose all face, and he wouldn't be able to face other gods in the future. Thunder God's eyes flashed with lightning, and he said in a low voice, "Don't try to quibble. We have returned to save the draconic sacrifice realm. Every place has the Creator's spiritual energy today because of the eternal bright stone. Moreover, even if we were rude, you directly attacked and killed. You don't take me seriously at all. Do you want to end things like this today?" Long Chen laughed. In front of everyone, he said, "Don't talk nonsense. Don't you want to fight? Just do it. Don't talk nonsense. You have to understand that if you want to touch the 5 great dragon cities, it's no different from killing me. You're already like this, and I still want to give you face? Who do you think you are?" Although the godly spirits didn't do anything to Long Chen, they had suffered a lot because of Biyao. Now that Thunder God had come knocking on their door, especially with Lei Huang's words, Long Chen couldn't hold it in anymore. Before Thunder God could make a move, he made the first move. Lingxi's sword flashed forward. To deal with a divine sovereign like this, one had to use the time rupture. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to tangle with him, so he used the time rupture to crush him. This was a move that he had comprehended from the many laws of time of the epic Heavenly Demon. It was impossible to resist. Thunder God didn't expect Long Chen to be so decisive. He couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the time rupture. At the same time, Lingxi's sword of soul-shattering sword chi caused him to fall from the sky. His soul was severely injured, and he fell into the sea of time. He can't even withstand a single blow. Send him back. Long Chen scolded and said to the three godly spirits. Seeing Thunder God from the ninth heavens land in the sea of time, everyone felt as if time had stopped. Their jaws dropped, and they couldn't help but gulp. To them, whether it was in terms of courage or strength, Long Chen had already broken through the heavens. Reaching out, Long Chen threw the unconscious Thunder God from the ninth heaven toward the three god spirits, who caught him. The three godly spirits trembled as they looked at Long Chen. They didn't even dare to say a word. They didn't expect Long Chen to be so fast. With just one move, he defeated Thunder God from the ninth heaven. All of you, get lost. Lingxi's sword swept horizontally. The three godly spirits didn't say a word. They quickly fled with the unconscious Thunder God from the ninth heaven. The rest of the people in Nine Thunder God City didn't dare to say a word. After exchanging a few glances, they saw that Long Chen was going to go crazy again. They immediately scattered and ran back to their own Nine Thunder God City. The crowd outside Eternal Dragon City quickly dispersed. Not a single trace was left behind. The other godly spirits will know that I have such a strong reaction. As long as they don't have a deep hatred for me, they will give me some face and stop bothering the 5 dragon cities. This was the result that Long Chen wanted. As a person, one must have a bottom line. If one could tolerate the invasion of one's homeland, then others would take a mile after an inch. Only with a bottom line could one be respected and feared. No matter what the consequences would be in the future, at least he had achieved a deterrent effect today. This was his goal. Originally, he planned to keep a low profile before he became a god. But now, it was obvious that he couldn't keep a low profile. If he kept a low profile, Eternal Dragon City would be gone. For a moment, the people of Eternal Dragon City didn't react. The Eternal Dragon Emperor was very satisfied. He couldn't help but laugh. It's been a long time since I felt so good. I'll have to trouble you. I'm afraid I'll bring you a lot of trouble again. Long Chen shook his head. There will always be trouble. Don't worry about it. The people of Eternal Dragon City relaxed. They truly felt the benefits of Long Chen's protection. At the same time, they were worried. When the gods returned, they were more clear-headed people. The era of the gods was too long ago. Compared to the gods, they were more willing to believe in Long Chen, who was willing to fight to the death and give up everything to protect the dragon sacrifice continent. Go back and rest. Cultivate well. It'll be fine, Long Chen said to everyone. At this time, he felt that someone was watching him. Long Chen turned and headed east. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan followed, keeping a distance from Long Chen. After crossing a distance, a white-haired old man stood on a mountain peak. He was one with the world, like a ray of white light. Long Chen came in front of the old man and said, Long Chen greets the Radiant God King. He could see the old man's identity at a glance. The Radiant God King was in the largest city in the south, Radiant God King City. If something happened to Long Chen, he would definitely know. This old man was extremely terrifying. Among the gods who returned, only the Hell God King could be mentioned in the same breath as him. So Long Chen guessed that he was the Radiant God King. The old man's gaze was deep. He nodded slightly and said, the gods of the human race should be united. You handle things too sharply. You need to slow down. Otherwise, the road ahead will be bleak. He had injured Thunder God from the ninth heaven. The fact that he did not attack him on the spot was already benevolent. Long Chen nodded and said, if it were any other matter, would definitely hold back a little. But today's matter is too important. I can't hold back. I hope the God King can forgive me. Of course, I will be very careful in the future. The Radiant God King said, that's good. He probably appeared just to meet Long Chen and get to know him a little. Long Chen had just finished speaking when there was a flash of white light. The Radiant God King had disappeared. This God King is even more mysterious than the Hell God King. This was someone who was equivalent to the War Demon in his complete state. He was definitely terrifying. But he did not know how strong the remaining God King who had not returned was. He's gone. Mo Xiaolang and the other two followed. The three of them looked at each other and finally returned to the Eternal Dragon City. The Dragon Emperor was still waiting for them. Yang Yu also came over. Everyone looked at each other and frowned. The Eternal Dragon Emperor said, it's a terrible feeling to have someone suppressing you. I wonder how long this will last. The Cruel Dragon Emperor also came over. He smiled and said, let nature take its course. Anyway, I'm happy to be idle. Our deity's tribulations are almost over. Anyway, I have no chance of becoming a god. I just have to live through these days. The future is still Long Chen's. The other dragon emperors were probably thinking the same thing. Long Chen said, everyone, don't worry. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to the 5 great dragon cities. But in a few days, I have to go to the primordial mystery region with the gods. Thunder God from the 9th heaven is injured, so he probably won't go. Everyone still needs to be on guard, he thought about it. He still had to find the Hell God King and tell him what happened today. It would be best if he could stand up for him and stop the other gods from harassing the 5 great dragon cities. He could only wait for that day to come and discuss it with the Hell God King. Then I won't go. I'll stay here. Big brother, you go in alone. Be careful. Mo Xiaolang suggested. Chapter 26-26. If Thunder God from the 9th heaven came looking for trouble while he was entering the ancient mystery realm, there was a chance that something would happen to the 5 dragon cities if there were no deities overseeing them. Long Chen had become very cautious. As the pillar of all the dragon practitioners, he had to consider many aspects carefully in order to protect those who followed him. The deities had returned, and they were still the ones who stood most firmly on Long Chen's side. Long Chen now had to rely on Lingxi to unleash the Lingsu dual swords to the fullest. Therefore, he only needed to enter with Lingxi. His divine kingdom had also absorbed the vast creation's spiritual energy. With this spiritual energy, Lingxi could better nurture her fetus. The shape of her abdomen was already very obvious. But in Long Chen's eyes, she, who was full of maternal instincts, appeared even more beautiful. After the disturbance caused by Thunder God from the 9th heaven, no other deities came looking for trouble with the 5 dragon cities. The 5 dragon cities occupied the 5 best territories in the dragon god domain and enjoyed the glory of the eternal opal. Long Chen understood that he had to become a deity as soon as possible, otherwise there would still be trouble. About 6 or 7 days later, Long Chen was meditating in the Crimson Dragon Palace when the voice of the God King of Hell came, asking Long Chen to gather near Destiny Dragon City in the central part of the Dragon God domain. Clearly, the godly beasts of the goblin race, as well as the deities of the witch race, should have already arrived. For the exploration of the ancient mystery realm this time, each race was limited to sending out half of their deities. For example, the human race had about 30, including Long Chen. Moreover, their strength had to be balanced, ranging from the ultimate stage of the Tai Chi divine realm to the God King. In reality, they were sending out half of their forces, while the other half guarded the dragon sacrificial continent. The goblin race and the marine race were originally one, so there were more godly beasts, probably more than 40. There were a total of 8 sorcerer gods, and there should be 4 this time. After returning to the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen had not seen the godly beasts and the sorcerer gods. Be careful. Be careful with your words and actions. Yang Yu reminded him. Times were different, and they had to adapt. Long Chen said goodbye to everyone and ordered Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan to protect the 5 dragon cities. Then, he used the Qian Kun teleportation array to go to the center of the dragon city. Then, he went to the meeting point set by the god of hell. It was a vast desert, and it was easy to see others. Following the power released by the gods, Long Chen quickly rushed over. At this time, there weren't many people, only a dozen or so human gods. Of course, the god king of hell was here. This time, he was the leader of the human race. However, among the dozen or so gods, Long Chen also saw someone he didn't want to see, and that was the little god Emperor Yao. Long Chen, I heard that you beat up Thunder God from the 9th heaven. I originally planned to let him participate, but for you, I changed him at the last minute. The god king of hell smiled strangely. Long Chen already knew that he would ask, so he said, it wasn't my wish. Thunder God from the 9th heaven was really too much. To me, the 5 dragon cities are no different from my home. He wanted to invade my home, so I had no choice but to take action. The god king of hell laughed and said, you've met the light god king, right? Long Chen thought that he would punish him, but he didn't expect him to change the topic so quickly. Long Chen nodded. The god king of hell said, since he's here, I can't say anything about it. However, I still have to warn you, the thing that the god emperor hates the most is killing each other. In the future, you should be more careful. If something like this happens again when he returns, I won't be able to protect you. As expected, he was still warned. Long Chen knew what he was doing. Establishing his might was one thing, but he only had one chance. Of course, there was no need for him to fight to the death with others. As long as he spread his ruthless character, there would be fewer people looking for trouble in the future. Speaking of the god emperor, Long Chen couldn't help but look at Biyao. She was resting with her eyes closed. The surrounding deities didn't dare to approach her, and she didn't change because of Long Chen's arrival. It seems that this high and mighty princess doesn't really care about me. That was better. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to get entangled with her. The next step was to wait for the other deities to arrive. During this process, human deities gradually arrived, and before long, there were about 30 of them. In fact, what Long Chen was most worried about was whether their destination this time was the Origin Dragon Palace. However, it wasn't convenient for him to ask, or else he might give himself away. Therefore, he was still very nervous. About half a day later, a huge group of deities came from the west. There were about 40 of them, and every one of them had a wild and overbearing beast-like aura. They were more barbaric and violent than human deities, and their physical strength was even more majestic. They were definitely the godly beasts of the Sea clan, but they were in human form now. Although they were in human form, it was easy to see that they were beasts. Primordial godly beasts, like primordial gods, were terrifying existences that had left behind countless legends. The demon clan had a total of 108 prefectures, and they were the descendants of 108 godly beasts. The difference between godly beasts and gods was that they could rely on their talent to become gods, and their early progress was quite fast. Once they became gods, unless they obtained heavenly treasures, it would be very difficult for them to increase their cultivation. On the other hand, gods were slow in their early stages, and it was difficult to become gods. But even after becoming gods, there was still some room for improvement. Therefore, after millions of years, many godly beasts were still at the initial stage of the Tai Chi divine realm, but gods were already stronger. This time, the strongest ones were still the human race's gods, and they were also the ones with the most numbers. This was because many divine beasts that had existed for tens of millions of years might still have the same combat power as the divine soldiers and divine generals. Moreover, 10 million years was not enough for them to produce many offspring. Although the demon race had the most people, their overall strength was slightly inferior to the human race, even if the Sea Clan's deities were included. Of course, among the demon race, there was also a leader comparable to the God King of Hell. The majestic team of godly beasts arrived in front of them in an instant. The God King of Hell went up to greet them and began to chat with them. Long Chen looked around and found that many of the demon race still felt threatened. They were at least in the great essence God realm. One of the godly beasts, who faced the God King of Hell, wore a silver robe. The robe flashed with stars. The robe was like a vast starry sky, a vast space. If one looked at it a few times, they would feel dizzy. This godly beast had the aura of a divine dragon, but its bloodline wasn't pure. It wasn't a pure divine dragon, yet it could reach the God King realm. The Taisha God realm was already quite extraordinary. At the very least, only super divine dragons could reach the Taisha God realm. In other words, this godly beast in front of him was equivalent to a real super divine dragon. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed terrifying. Anyway, it could crush him. Moreover, compared to divine dragons, he lacked the most crucial thing, the origin dragon soul. After that, the 4 sorcerer gods also arrived, but they weren't the protagonists. The protagonists were still the godly beast in the starry sky robe and the God King of Hell. Is this strange young man the legendary Long Chen? Nice to meet you. Unexpectedly, the God King of Demon Race noticed him at this time. Accompanied by the God King of Hell, he came to Long Chen. The God King of Hell introduced, Long Chen, this is the God King of Demon Race. His true form is a starry sky flood dragon born in the endless stars. His true body is as huge as the Milky Way. Speaking of which, he has a certain blood relationship with the divine dragons of your dragon race. You can call him God King of Starry Sky. Long Chen bowed slightly and said, this junior greets God King of Starry Sky. This was the world of the strong, and the rules here must be followed. The God King of Starry Sky was very satisfied. He patted Long Chen on the shoulder and said, heroes come from the young. Not bad, not bad. In the future, you will definitely revitalize the human race. I am really envious. With that, he walked past Long Chen and went to meet with the God King of Hell and the others. It seemed that he had spoken a little more to Long Chen. Long Chen wished that no one would notice him. They were about to set off. At this time, he glanced over at Biyao. After all, he was still a little worried about this woman. However, he quickly relaxed. He didn't expect that there would be a young and handsome demon race divine beast pestering her. The reason he said pestering her was because Biyao's expression was clearly somewhat impatient. Taking a closer look, that young godly beast had the same bloodline as the God King of Starry Sky. They should be of the same race. He was also a starry sky flood dragon. No wonder Biyao didn't shake him off even though she was impatient. No wonder he had the guts to pursue Biyao. She was the daughter of the human race's divine emperor. Under the lead of the God King of Hell and the God King of Starry Sky, the group of immortals started heading east. Long Chen blended in with the crowd. Along the way, everyone chatted and no one paid attention to him. On the other side, Long Chen also heard the name of the young starry sky flood dragon. His name was Stardust. The name was pretty poetic, and he had a cool temperament. He spoke humorously. Unfortunately, he was in a bad mood. No matter how charming a man was, he would be in for it. I'll say it one more time. Scram. Biyao couldn't help but threaten him. Stardust's eyes flashed, and he smiled. It seems that Princess is in a bad mood. In that case, Stardust will talk less. If there's a chance in the future, Stardust will invite Princess for a tour. Hearing the word tour, Biyao's mood worsened. Soon, they were out of the eternal life god realm and heading east. Long Chen's heart tightened. He prayed in his heart that they didn't go to the Origin Dragon Palace. For now, they were heading in the direction of the Origin Dragon Palace. After 15 minutes, he heaved a sigh of relief. They had already deviated slightly. Clearly, it shouldn't be the Origin Dragon Palace. A huge weight was lifted from his heart. No one noticed the change in his expression. We're almost there. After a while, they had arrived in another direction, slightly to the southeast. This was a place that Long Chen had never been to before. There was nothing in front of them, but there were a few divine soldiers and divine generals stationed here. When they saw the gods coming, they quickly bowed to the two divine kings. This is the place. I will open the door. No one knows what will happen next. Everyone, be prepared. There might be danger. The God King of Hell warned. He walked forward and punched the void lightly. Then, he immediately retreated to the center of the crowd. Suddenly, a golden spot of light flashed in the void. This spot of light grew bigger and bigger, turning into a small golden vortex. Then, the vortex expanded in an instant, turning into a huge golden vortex. To the gods, this was actually a door. Chapter 26-27. The golden whirlpool was about 100 meters in diameter. It wasn't as scary as the Demon Wa black hole, but it was very gentle. Even the ancient gods called this place an ancient arcane realm. Clearly, the history of this place was even more ancient, probably dating back to a century ago. Previously, the godly king of hell used his power to blast open this place. No wonder no one could find this place in the past millions of years. The godly king of hell sighed, this place is very well hidden. If it wasn't for the passage of millions of years, we wouldn't have found this place. At least millions of years ago, we didn't know there was an ancient arcane realm here. Everyone present were powerful gods and divine beasts. There were many kinds of divine beasts. Long Chen had never heard of most of them. They were all superior divine dragons and super divine dragons. If they transformed into their true forms, each of them would be incomparably huge. Long Chen didn't stand out at all in the crowd. However, he noticed that the starry sky Jiao dragon named Stardust was standing beside Biyao. Although he didn't say anything, it was obvious that he was trying to woo her. The other gods were also paying attention to the show here. To the divine beasts, this was the daughter of the human race's divine emperor. If they could marry her, the demon race would be greatly honored. The godly king of hell looked at the strange whirlpool in front of him and said, "Which brave warrior dares to go in first? I have to warn you that the dangers are unknown. Of course, if you are lucky enough to obtain something, we can only be envious." For a moment, everyone quieted down. Scouting was indeed a risky job, but if there was a reward, it would be the greatest. Since the godly king of hell had given this opportunity, there would definitely be people who wanted to fight for it. After all, this was the dragon sacrificial continent. With their strength, there was no need to worry about anything in this world that could harm them. "Let me." Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out. It was the starry sky Jiao dragon, Stardust. He walked out from the crowd and went to the godly king of hell and godly king of hell. "Big brother, godly king of hell, leave this to me." Everyone knew that the starry sky Jiao dragon accepted this mission to show off in front of the people he liked. Although the godly king of hell was a bit worried, he thought that it wouldn't be a big problem. "After you go in, be careful. If there is any news, report to me at any time." "Don't worry, no problem." Xing Chen waved his hand and glanced back at Biyao. Unexpectedly, Biyao couldn't be bothered to look at him. She was only focused on the golden vortex. This made the young starry skies Jiao dragon a little unwilling. He knew that among the human gods, no one was worthy of Biyao. His age was similar to Biyao's, so if he worked hard, he still had a good chance. "Brothers, I'm going in." Stardust was very heroic. He turned around and rushed into the golden vortex. Soon, he was submerged by the golden vortex. The gods quieted down and did not say a word, waiting for his news. After about a dozen or so breaths, Stardust's voice broke through the golden vortex and reached the side of the gods. He said, "Everyone, there is a boundless starry sky inside. It is a little strange, but there seems to be no problem." The gods heaved a sigh of relief. The two godly kings had already started to arrange for everyone to go in. Long Chen was also very curious about this ancient mystic realm. At this moment, from within the golden vortex, there was a sudden scream from Stardust. It was very tragic, but it stopped in the middle of the night. Hearing this sound, everyone's expression changed. Among them, the godly king of hell and the godly king of heaven did not say a word and directly rushed in. Clearly, there was danger inside. Something must have happened to Stardust. Outside the golden whirlpool, all the deities looked at each other in dismay. Previously, they had followed the two deity kings and a few other deities into the whirlpool. Today's purpose was to explore this ancient mystery land. Although there was an accident with the Stardust, all the deities were skilled and daring. A few more deities entered the golden whirlpool without saying anything. With someone taking the lead, more gods went in. Biyao, who was not far away, also entered with a cold face. In the end, only Long Chen was left outside. Other than that strange scream from Stardust, nothing else seemed to have happened. In the entire starry sky, only Long Chen and a few divine soldiers and generals who were stationed there were left. Long Chen gritted his teeth. Since he had come here, there was naturally no reason for him to return with his tail between his legs. After he made his decision, he brought Lingxi towards the golden vortex. Although the vortex was golden, it was very cool and soft. After getting closer, the golden liquid formed by Long Chen actually looked a little like dragon scales. Obviously, this so-called ancient mystic realm should have something to do with the divine dragon. This strengthened his determination to go in even more. In the blink of an eye, he had already submerged. His whole body was already surrounded by the golden liquid. Judging from the time when Stardust went in and the sound, he should be very soon reaching the inner part of the ancient mystic realm. Long Chen floated in this golden liquid and sank towards the depths. There was no danger and he easily passed through the golden liquid. Suddenly, he felt relaxed. He had already reached an empty starry sky. This starry sky was very similar to the starry sky around the Origin Dragon Palace. However, in his vision, there was no majestic palace like the Origin Dragon Palace. However, there were other shocking things. Around Long Chen, there were actually densely packed stardust. Stardust was a divine beast at the perfected divine Lord realm. Before the return of the gods, Long Chen had never imagined that there would be such a terrifying thing hidden in the eastern star region. This ancient starry sky was also quite stable, comparable to the world outside. If the return of the gods had not changed the world, perhaps a black dragon in front of him would be able to destroy the world. However, what happened next shocked Long Chen even more. In front of him, the jadestone black dragon's body began to fall off, and the divine dragon's body also began to expand. After about 10 breaths of time, the black divine dragon's body was already enough to wrap around the entire stardust twice. With such a huge size, Long Chen's divine dragon body was not even a tenth of its size. But most importantly, after the jade fell, what appeared were real dragon scales, dragon teeth, dragon whiskers, dragon eyes, and dragon claws. Long Chen had only seen divine dragons transformed by dragon warriors, but he had never seen a true divine dragon. However, such a huge black dragon in front of him, no matter from which angle, Long Chen could guess that it was a true divine dragon, even if he had never seen a true dragon before. There were no words to describe the shock he felt. He had always been searching for a true divine dragon, but he had never expected one to exist in the Eastern Star Domain, near the origin of the divine dragons and adjacent to the Origin Dragon Palace. The black dragon in front of him was undoubtedly a true dragon. It was majestic, domineering, and huge, exactly as described in the legends. The huge body of this divine dragon was approaching Long Chen. It looked extremely dangerous, as though it could tear Long Chen apart at any time. Its eyes seemed to be filled with a cold light, which was different from what Long Chen had imagined. The dragon in front of him was hostile to him. After the excitement, Long Chen calmed down. He had to figure out what was going on, so he said hurriedly, "Senior Divine Dragon, I'm a descendant of the Divine Dragons, a dragon warrior." After saying that, he realized that the black dragon had not changed at all. Instead, the power on its body was even more majestic, as though it could attack at any time. Helpless, Long Chen could only transform into the form of the ancient blood spiritual dragon and confront the black divine dragon.